Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Uh, in order to wean me off of the rat run puzzles, because I'm going to wait a bit to do the rest of those, people who vote on these things have voted for me to do a Marty Sears puzzle where you build a line. So this is basically a rat run puzzle, co-starring Dorlir, in fact. So to start this, we're starting with a rat run puzzle that's not a rat run puzzle. The people who voted for this puzzle are Screaming Ice Cube, David, Dorlir, Russ, David, Nell, and Luda. That double Marty feature. Oh, nice. Another Marty feature on CTC today. Very cool. Okay, so let's have a look at the rules. So we've got our normal Sudoku rules. We must draw a snake that starts and ends at the purple spot, and has a purple spot exactly at its center. So my hypothesis is that these are the start and end, and that's the center, but who knows? Are we gonna have to checkerboard color right away to see? We're gonna have to checkerboard color, I think, because I think that's gonna have to be the center just by checkerboard stuff. But we'll figure it out in a second. The snake can only move orthogonally from cell to cell and may not touch itself, not even diagonally. The snake functions as a zipper line. Any pair of digits that are an equal distance from the central spot to the digit on that central Any pair of digits that are an equal distance from the center spot sum to the digit on the center spot. Any pair of cells connected by a clue must either both belong to the snake or both be off the snake. Cells connected by a white dot are consecutive, black dot 1-to-2 ratio. Green dot must have a difference of at least 5. Red diamond have the same parity. Cells connected by an X sum to 10, and by a V sum to 5. So we can at least do that. Okay, so if a snake has odd length, that means it starts and ends on the same color of square. And so here I'm imagining that I have sort of checkerboarded the entire grid like this. And so the point is, if I do continue this checkerboarding, we have this. Now, how do I know the snake has to have odd length? The reason why the snake has to have odd length is that it has a middle cell. Even length things do not have a middle cell. They have a middle segment. Like if I took something of length 4, say, just to show you what this looks like if you can't visualize this, here's something of length 4, that's the middle of this line, whereas if I make this of length 5, now that's the middle of this line, and that's the one we want. But because of the start and end needing to be the same color, we actually know this is the start and end and know that this is the middle, so we can start drawing that. Hey, Dorlir, how are you doing? Now, if we do this, or if we visit this clue, it will instantly make it so that we need to visit both, and then the loop will touch itself regardless. So these are just not on the loop, which means, or not loop, snake, means the snake has to go here. Okay, and so now the snake has touched this cell, so it has to also occupy this cell, and if it did it any way other than turning up immediately, that would not work, for the reason that it would touch itself orthogonally. So I have to do that, and then for exactly the same reason I have to do that. Okay, now I'm going to touch one of these right away. So one of these is going to be touched, and one of them is going to be untouched. But let's see. I can at least think a little bit about high-lowity in row 8, because I know that each of these have a high and a low, and that has a high and a low. And in fact, none of them have a 5, and that can't be 5 either. Could do that. Yeah, we can mark some more stuff as not snake. like that, for example, because it can't touch itself even diagonally. So we can do some more markitude. Okay, that would be okay, I think. But I don't quite see what to do with the highs and lows. We know there's a high, a low, and a 5 left in this row. So this cell is either a high, a low, or a 5. That is my conclusion. We do know that these two cells sum to the digit in the center. So the digit in the center is almost assuredly going to be a 9, but I don't think it has to be a 9 as of yet. Like, it's certainly at least a 5 because we know for sure there's two ways to make it. And it can't even be a 5 because we need a low digit for this. And if this were a 5, these would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's certainly at least a 6. Let's see. Okay. 7, column 3. Up. What? Why are we here? Because the digit would be the same parity. Oh, because of the, okay, so you're thinking about like, okay, so if I go up here, you're thinking about what it's going to do over here. Because if these are the same parity, so basically in the hypothetical Martin is thinking about is what if the snake does this? Now these two cells are the same parity. And so that would make, if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, that would make these two the same parity because these would be opposite. But that's a problem because you can't have a white dot have the same parity. I think you have the wrong version of the puzzle. Okay. I don't know that I have access. Let's see. Is this one broken? Let me try and spot the difference in the grid real quick. Oh, the difference in the grid, funnily enough, is that there's this X has been removed. Oh, and a red dot has been added. Okay. Anyway, though, I think everything we have said so far is still true. Let me be careful about making sure that's true. We certainly haven't moved the purple things. Okay, so we can at least make it there. That tells us that we can't go here, which tells us that this extends over here and comes up there and then goes there. This has to go up here. And now the argument from before still works. Yeah, but this is still basically a rat run puzzle, as it would seem. But I'm waiting to do the next series of rat run stuff until a little bit of time has passed. So this has to come here for sure. Okay. Okay, I do know actually there's a high digit on this. So when I said this is at least 6, I can actually say this is at least 7 because one of the digits on the X is at least 6. So this is 7, 8, or 9 for sure. Okay. I think I have everything relevant now from the previous one. Oh, sorry. I did not copy Tristan's thing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, 5 in row 8 is quite restricted. I agree. It goes in one of two places. Let's see. Where would this black dot go? Because let's see. This if this went up like this, that would be spot 4 and 5. So we'd count 4 and 5. No, sorry, that's 4 and that's 5. That doesn't work. Right? Oh, right. I certainly can't take this cell. I did have that marked in the previous version, but I didn't have it here. So this is going to have to go up through here. And now I have to decide how that's possibly going to work. Because I certainly need... Okay, so what I definitely need is I need the sum of these two to be an even number, because these are the same slots. This is the thing I hate about zipper lines, is doing the sort of the matching game. But basically what I need is I need to make sure this has an even sum, because if I sum these, I'm getting, in fact, a multiple of 4, actually. Because I'm getting the same sum for both of these. Sorry, no, it's not necessarily a multiple of... Sorry, the multiple of 4 was wrong, but it definitely has to be even. Because of the fact that these two have the same sum as these two. And so in other words, the only valid black dots to consider here come from 2, 4, 8. And that tells me immediately that this red dot, which has the same parity, is odd. Because if it were even, this white dot wouldn't have any evens. So I can at least fill in 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 over there. Okay. I'm being told that 4, 8 is too much. That's true. If this were 4, 8, then the sum would be 11. Because if you sum all of these, you would get 22. So it does have to be 2, 4, which in fact actually tells us that the sum actually is 8. Because you can add 6 and 10 and get that. And so we can bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so we've got to put a 2 and a 4 somewhere in here. Well, 4 definitely isn't going in any of these cells because it would require a second 4. And 4 isn't coming in these cells because of Sudoku. So what we're saying is one of these cells is definitely 4. Now, it's also being pointed out the 4 here corresponds to a 4 on the line. So again, if we count 4, 5, right, the 4 here corresponds to a 6. And I guess the 2 the 4 corresponds to a 4 and the 2 corresponds to a 6. So indeed, we actually know that these are 4, 6, which actually forces that to be 4. We know there's a 9 on here because we're certainly not putting a 9 anywhere in here. And so there's definitely a 5 on the line somewhere. Okay, I should mark that this is 3, 5, 7 just for my own amusement. So these cells, just so that we know, these cells sum to 24. And so that's 29. So these sum to 16 for whatever that is worth. Maybe I should ask where 6 goes in the box. Because 6 doesn't go in any of these cells by Sudoku. And it certainly doesn't go there. Oh, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, that's not where it doesn't go. Oh, that's annoyingly telling me the same place it doesn't go. Well, it assuredly doesn't go there, because I would need that to be a 2, and it can't be. What about there? If that were a 6, that would be a 2. That looks okay. Uh, let's see. That's fine. Uh, okay. Uh, oh, oh no, that could be 5 and 3 still. We can still have a 5 in the line. I'm noticing that if this line comes over here, every cell in this row except that one is going to be in on a line, which is going to force this cell to be a 9. Oh, sorry, no, sorry. That's not true because there's these two. Never mind. Uh, uh, okay, so what we definitely have left. Okay, people really want me to mark this. This does not look helpful to me, but people are usually right when they say I should look at things. So I would not look at this for a long time if I were doing this myself, but we'll go ahead and mark that this is 135. Now, I guess what people are doing here is counting lows. And so the point is there's a low here, there's a low on this dot, and any two cell sum to 8 definitely has a low in it. And so what people have done here is to note actually all the lows in the box are spent. So of this 1, 3, and 5, this can only be a 5, which means that this is a 3. That is what people were doing. So that's a 4 and that's a 6. So as foretold, people were correct to be suspicious that it might be useful. So we can do that. Okay, and so now these are a 2-3 pair over here. So now there's a 2 pinched up here somewhere. Let's see. Okay, and I know that there is a 2 or a 3 on here. But where does the 3 go in this box? It can't go in any of these cells because it would go with a 5. And so this is a 3, 9, is what chat is telling me. And so this green dot, its low is a 1 or a 2, going with a 7 or an 8. So if I want to be really gratuitous, I can mark this like that. Like that. It's probably going to end up being 1, 7 because it's going to tell me that this isn't the 1, 7 pair. This is the 1, 7 pair. That's my guess. But anyway, these are a 1, 7 and a 2, 6. And we know that one's not 2, so that one's not 6. And unfortunately, those go together. And now we do get to place 5 in this row. Let's see. Okay, so this is the last of the 1, 2, 7, 8 clan for whatever that is worth. Oh! Oh, maybe not. I was noticing that if the line does come through here, this has to be 1, 7. But I don't know that that's immediately a problem. It could just mean that that's a 2. I do have to stay off the 8, of course. I'm not allowed to put an 8 in here. I do know that one of these is 5. That doesn't seem useful immediately. I do know that there's a 6 or an 8 on here, so to be slightly gratuitous, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that one's not a 5. This black dot doesn't have a 4 on it. That's probably worth marking. So this is 1, 2, or 3, 6 for sure. Let's see. So we'll have used 3 odds and 3 evens through these. For whatever that is worth. There'll be a 4 up here. We know this cell isn't ever part of the loop in any instance. Likewise, that cell. We know the loop is definitely going to go through one of these. I don't know which. Yeah, so if the loop does come here, it certainly doesn't go there, because it makes that cell an 8, is I think what David is saying. So if it does come here, it goes up. Is that enough to tell me it never takes this dot? I think it is enough to tell me that this is never snake. Because if this were snake, then we know this would have to be snake, because this end has to go somewhere, and that's the only place it can go, because if it goes down here without going there, it's trapped. So this dot is never snake. I think that is the point of all of this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to just mark the corresponding fifth. I'm going to mark every 5th spot along this to try and make it somewhat tractable. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but I'm going to try it just so that I can have some prayer of connecting these. So if this goes... Oh, this is the point. Oh, yeah, this is going on to a whispers is the point. And so the next 2 cells are always on a whisper. That means this certainly doesn't go on the white dot, because the white dot digits are, by definition, not at least 5 apart. So this was, as is so often the case, less convoluted than I was going for. Okay, so we have that. Okay, and so now if this goes up, we immediately die. Because if this goes up, the loop now touches itself diagonally, not allowed. So we do, in fact, go this way, which does mean that these numbers don't include an 8. And that means that the 8 is placed in the row, namely the 8 goes there with a 1, 2, 3. And so these numbers are either 1, 7, or 6 because of that kind of nonsense. Now, this assuredly has to go up now. Oh, no, maybe it could go down and around. That's possible, right? I think that's possible. You mean one of them has to be a 7, right, Ron? One of those has to be a 7, so that's not a 7. And so if that's not a 7, that means that's not a 1. Just to do that. I don't think that's really an avenue worth pursuing. But the fact that one of these is... I bet Ron was talking about this one. Ron was probably saying one of these is a 1 because I know one of these is a 7. Got it. I understand. I'll pencil mark that across boxes and presume that I know what I mean. Let's see. I know there's a 4 up here. Oops, sorry, there's a 4 up here. Oh, the 2, 3 pair does look right. That's fair. I do have to be wary about 9. So, like, if this did wrap up around here, that would be a 9, for example. I don't think that's immediately a problem. Sadly, 8 in box 6 can go there, is the reason why I have not marked it yet. It's not quite restricted enough yet. It's close. We do know we've spent 3 high digits in this column for what it's worth. I do need to keep in mind that these things definitely add to 8. Oh, Todd points out this X is untakeable because it can't be 4, 6. And you can't put an 8 or higher on it, so it'd have to be 3, 7. But if you did this as 3, 7, you would need a 5 on it, which means you would need a 5 in the next 2 cells of this line, and you can't because of where the 5 is over there. Good spot. I don't like that as a deduction. That's too bifurcaty for me, but it does mean at the very least that we can't go here directly. But if we can't go here directly, we can't go here at all because of the not touching orthogonally rule. So we now certainly can't go down, because if we go down, I mean, I guess I could have, it probably would have made this more clear if I had immediately marked this dot as unvisitable once this went this way, because now this can't go this way. And so this has to go up like that. So we get all of that. Let's see. Does that do anything for me in particular that I should be interested in? 2, 3, 4. Okay, the next one is the 5th spot for what it's worth. I don't really want to think about that yet. It's interesting. I think it just can't take any of these cells, because if it takes any of these cells, it certainly takes this dot. But if it takes the dot, then it doesn't have a way to get out. So all of this is off the loop for what it's worth. And I guess we can also think backwards a little bit about like where the dot is going to go from here, kind of thing. Let's see. Okay, so I can say for sure there's no sort of 3. If this goes this way, there's no 3 5s down here. Because I can sort of see both 3 and 5. I don't know that that's interesting, though. I do know that one of these 2 cells is 5. Might be worth marking. This cell now definitely, these cells are now definitely not visited by the loop, by the way. We might end up too long is David's concern. So from here, the maximum length we can get would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So from here, it would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it would be at least 12. Right. So yeah, so I agree we can't go down because of the way that the length is limited here. And like I could do something like this, but it doesn't help. It's the same length as the other bend. I counted it as being 2 cells behind. I counted it correctly. because I said from here, and I started at 4 there and started at 3 there. But anyway, it is 2 off, I agree, because of it being difficult to cram a lot of loop in here with this V in particular. So it can't go down. Yeah, I counted from the circle. Hey, Nicholas, how are you doing? Okay, and so if that's true, then all of these are gone. Okay, so this 2, 3 now, yeah, we've got to take the V because that's how V's work. And so this 2, 3 corresponds to a 5, 6 over here. No, not that. Not there. Corresponds to a 5, 6 here, and to the next spot it goes. And so the next spot it goes can't be this, because it needs to be a 5, 6. So this is off. Agree with Ron. And so there is another 5, 6 yet to come, which could be a 6 there, or a 5, 6 there. And these two correspond to each other. I could sort of pre-mark, I suppose. This will be my orange node for whenever we get this. Yep. Although Ron says ketchup, so I'll make it ketchup instead. Oops. I made it orange sherbet, apparently. Yeah, this digit I can't say a whole lot about without some amount of agony, right? Oh, right. Now that I can't visit the V, now Gurion points out I have the opposite concern, because I now can't go long this way. I can only go long this way. And so if I don't do that at all, then I'll be at red 1, 2, 3, and that's not going to work because this is going to be more. So, right, so we can actually say the red has to be here. And now it can't come back there. And so now it is finished in this direction. So we can blue off all of that. And so, yes, this is 5 or 6, but not 5. So this is a 6 and a 2 and a 3 and a 5 and a 3. And that 3 is going to correspond. Oh, I guess I should do some more Sudoku first. That's 9. That's 3. That's not 6. So that's not 2. This isn't 6 or 9. That's not 6. So if that's not 6, if it's 1 or 7, this is not 2. It is 1 or 7. Okay. Neither end of this is 5. So if I write in what this can be, it's not 3 or 5 ever. I am just going to do, okay, yeah. And so the next digit after ketchup, Ron points out, is going to be a 5, and that can't go there by Sudoku. So it's going to go here. So that is not going to be a 5. So there is going to be a 5 in one of these two cells. I'm debating if I want to just massacre this cell and just fill it in anyway, even though it's probably going to be a little bit messy. Sure, why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. None of them can be 3, so none of them can be 5. One of them can't be 4, so none of them can be 4. So we know it is 1, 2, or 6, 7. And at this point, Nicholas, I can blue it if you want, but it just has to go either that way or that way, possibly with a little bit of wiggle, like that amount of wiggle. So now sort of I can visualize all the possible paths. So it's not so vital, but we can go ahead and blue them just so that so that we know what is happening. Let's see. So one of these is 7. So one of those is 1. Yeah, this is a same parity line, so if it goes here, these two need to be the same parity, so these two need to be the same parity. I do think that's very well worth noting, Ron, that 8 and 9 we actually know live in these cells. So we actually know the 8 in this box now lives in one of 2 cells, and that looks down at that cell, so this can't be an 8. I was going to say, so this can't be a 9, but we already knew apparently that that couldn't be a 9. Let's see. We've got an awful lot of odds, but not all of them. Hey, Memester, how are you doing? I hope you have been well. Let's see. Okay, so that's the next cell. Okay, I know these two work, but I'm not really excited about that. Let's see. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That is incredibly frustrating, I am sure. Yeah, I guess I know there's an 8 up here. I don't know if that really helps. That's true. So it's being pointed out by David, that cell can't be 5, because if that's a 5, then one of these 2 cells is a 3, except they can't because of the box. I hope that's not intentional. So there's a 5 over here. Or sorry, there's not a 5 over here. So there is a 5 in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. I guess I maybe at some point should ask, like, is it a problem if this is 5, 6 or something? Oh, these are a 5, 8 pair. That is fair because we actually know 8 is also pencil marked in these cells just by what I even have on the board already. So it might actually be quite potent. So this, I guess this can still technically be anything. So this is a 1, 2, or 7 if I look at the column and what's left. So the next thing over here is the other 1, 2, 7. Which is sorry, it's the other 1, 6, 7. Thank you. Let's see. Ah, 6 in box 6 is definitely in one of these cells. Oops. That is true. I don't think this puzzle works well with zippers. Because zippers are so much about counting, and so having an infinitely long thing of zippers, I've tried to make it sort of parsable. The break-in was super cute, though. That was definitely my favorite part of the puzzle, although we sort of saw it right away. But the break-in involving which of these had to be the center was pretty cute, although I guess it was probably most people just sort of guessed until they found it, because it's probably going to be that one. But I'd really like to see something like this with a more interesting line type. Uh, let's see. Okay, so it is true we're running out of odds. I guess we're also running out of evens. Let's see. Could also imagine having more of these. More than one set of these could also be fun. Like have a bunch of smaller lines like you were picturing originally. Let's see. Anyway, sorry, I removed a 6 from a cell, so that means I'm supposed to remove a 2 from somewhere, I think. From that cell, I think. 2 before red is where I removed the 6, so I should remove a 2 from there. Let's see. That was very nice. I liked there was some very cute stuff at the very beginning, with how the X, like the fact that the X had to be the X and the black dot ended up letting you do some arithmetic, that and the way that interacted, that was very cute. Uh, yeah, certainly was not my observation. Uh, let's see. Is this being a 1 going to break if I look at what it means that those are a 6-7 pair? I don't know. Yeah, that 100% agree, Meme Rister, which is why I think having the super long one did not work out super well. But that's what I'm trying to do by marking the matching points every 5 cells along to kind of try and make it. But it is something that ends up consuming a lot of the sort of the mental space of the puzzle in a way that is quite unpleasant. Oh, this can't be 6, so therefore I have to remove a 8 minus 6 is 2 from, and then count over and sort of do that sort of bouncing back and forth kind of thing. Let's see. Oh, actually, I know there's a 1 in these cells just by Sudoku. This column needs to have a 1 in it, and it's definitely in one of those cells, so this isn't a 1. And so if that cell's not a 1, then I guess I know the next cell along from here, this 5 isn't a 7. That's not intensely helpful. It is a 1 or a 6, I suppose, is what I know about the next cell. If it were here, it would at least make a 1, 6, 7 triple in the row. Let's see. If this is on the line, it would make that a 4. Through what combination of events? By row 4, column 1. So this cell, if it's even, why can't this cell be 8? And why does the snake taking these cells make this cell even? I think there's multiple layers here that I don't understand. Okay, yeah, that was getting my next question. Let's see. As a setter, it appeals to me a lot to think about the relationship between these two and something like, can they really both be 4? But the grid doesn't look like it's set up for it. to be useful. I have used letters when I get to like the fifth and sixth layer of notation. Then sometimes I break out the letters. Uh, uh, 5 in column 5 is quite restricted. It's either there or in one of... Oh, no, sorry. It is just there. Right. Okay. So, yeah, 5 in column 5 is good. So it's not up here because there's already a 5. It's not on that. So it's there. Okay, that's good. I'm really hoping it doesn't come to me down to me parsing that Garian statement, which involves like 4 thens after a hypothetical. It might. We'll see. Okay, one of those, therefore, is a 5. Uh, let's see. Yeah, we do still have our... Yeah, we've got 2 highs and 2 lows in here. So we've got 3 highs and 3 lows in here. So one of these is high and one of them is low. 5 looks at the penultimate cell over here. Okay, so Garian is saying if this is a 2, I need a 6 on the other end, and I have a corner marked 6, so the 6 would therefore be there, and therefore this cell would be even, so it would be a 4 or an 8, and it can't be an 8 because it would be on the line, so it would be a 4. But then if you look backwards, that now has made this a 4. And that doesn't work. That is utterly disgusting. 5 minutes and I'll use it. Let's see. Yeah. It's ugly, but it works. But it's the kind of thing that feels very unlikely to be useful. Or sorry, very unlikely to have been intentional. Let's see. Okay, so Memester is suggesting pencil mark this cell. That might be worth doing. So this cell is certainly never 8 or 9. So it's always 1, 2, or 6, 7. And so the point is the next 2 cells along the line here are both 1, 2, 6, 7s. And so it's impossible that they're 2, 6, owing to the 2 in the box here. Oh, sorry. These don't have to add to 7. It's those that add to 7. Sorry. Or sorry, add to 8. Okay, so whatever's next is oh, this 2 sees the next spot no matter what. So this 2 sees both of these. So this is never actually a 6. Unfortunately, I wish it was never actually. I guess it sort of messes with this anyway. Okay, so we can at least say that's from 1 to 7. So we know the next two cells are from 167. I could remove 4 at the end of the zipper. Why can I remove 4 at the end of the zipper? Okay, so David is saying if we take this, it's saying these two have the same parity, so they would both be 1-7. So if we come here, I definitely believe it would force these to be 1-7. But that seems to work. Okay. Okay, this cell can't be 1 because of the cornered 1 in the row. So I guess maybe the point is just to pencil mark this cell. So it's certainly not 1. And so it certainly doesn't go with the 7 over here. Yeah, what people have done, I think, is basically to do 2 look-aheads, one of which is long and one of which is short, to argue that in neither universe for this parity diamond can the parity diamond be on the snake. But I'm being stubborn and trying to reduce it down to simpler deductions rather than long look-aheads. But I think basically the point is, and again, sort of, basically, I will sometimes tolerate it if there are cases. I don't like it when the cases have subcases. And so, like, the proof of this is, okay, if this goes here, then this is either even or it's odd. And if it's even, then that doesn't work because of this. So if it's odd, then that doesn't work because of and this. And it doesn't work either way, but it's a giant mess for my personal tolerance of such things. But I do agree it doesn't. And it has been 5 minutes since I said I would use it if 5 minutes passed without us finding something. Okay, so this is the pairing of the 2-7, and it's not a 6, so it's a 1, and that's a 7, which has made that a 3, has made that a 1, which has made that a 7. This has made this a 2, which has made that a 6, which has made that a 1, which has made that a 7, which has now made that a 6, which has made that a 5, which seems to have made that an 8 and that a 5, which seems to make that a 2. And if I look 2 spaces after the green, it's made that a 6. Oh, I like the point about the 3. I understand the point about the 3 now. The point about the 3, I read it several times, but I couldn't quite figure it out. But the point about the 3 was we actually knew about both of these 5s. So we knew there were no 3s anywhere on the rest of the line, and so therefore none of these could be 3. So you actually knew that this was 2, 3. I don't know if it would have helped, but it's a lot better than what we did. So if that would have gotten us there, that would have been, I would have preferred that. Okay, so this is a 1, 7. Hey, Nordy, how are you doing? So therefore that's a 7 and that's a 1 is the only way this works. Let's see. This is the other. This is a 3 or a 9 basically because the can't be a 7 by Sudoku. This 2-3 pair actually gives us that is a 1, which is the third spot. So that is a 7 over there. Okay, and so that's not a 1 now. Okay, so this is 2, 4, or 6. So this is also 2, 4, or 6. That is not a 1. Okay, this seems not to be a 1 or a 4. Let's see. I can probably actually just pencil mark what these digits are, actually. Oops. It's probably a better idea. Okay, these are a 1, 8, 9. And so these are the other ones. They don't include a 9. These are a 2, 4, 5. Let's see. I guess I can just pencil mark this column probably. Yeah, so this is a naked 9 is the thing to see. So that is a 7. So one of these two is a 7, but I don't know which one yet. Yeah. Nicholas points out this 2-3 pair looks right, so that's a 4. Unfortunately, that's not the way I wanted that to resolve. Let's see. I probably should pencil mark these. This is a 1. The 2-3 pair here also makes this an 8. Screaming Ice Cube points out. That has made this a 2, which has made this low. And it's not 2 or 3 or 4, so this is a 1. And so now that's a naked single 6. So if that's not a 6, it means that's not a 2. Oh, these are a 4, 6, 9 triple, so that's a 7. Would have been the smart thing for me to say a long time ago. Okay, so this is either 4, 8, or 9, and oh nope. There's only one odd digit left for this red diamond, because 1, 3, 5, and 7 are ruled off it. So therefore they have to be even, and the only evens left are 4, 8. I think that is what AFK was saying as well, looking at chat. Okay, so we can go ahead and look at all of this. So there's certainly no 3 on this X. There's certainly no 4 on this X, so it has to be 8 and 2, making that a 9 and an 8, making that a 3 and a 2, making that a 9 and a 1. These aren't 8. That's not 2. So that is a 4 and an 8. That's a 3 and a 4. That's a 9 and a 7. It's a 9 and a 3, making these a 2 and a 6. Funnily enough, I don't think it ever did anything that I kept track of those the whole time because they got placed by Sudoku before we knew what the path was even. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Uh, this is a 4, so I need to have a 4, and the 4 can only go there on my line because that can't be a 4. So we get that. So we finished our line. We can blue this cell. And so there is a 7, a 6, and a 4. And we can paint all of these with pencil marks and get a 1, an 8, a 6, a 9, a 3, an 8, and a 9. Yeah, for me, that one was better in idea than execution. I feel like it has a lot of potential, though. Uh, Probably not with Zipper, but I really liked the break-in, and I really liked the very beginning of the puzzle. It got sort of, it felt like the puzzle transitioned too early to the just grindy pencil marks phase of the thing. I do love that it turned out being 8, by the way. Like the fact that it was 8 and not 9. It's funny, I think this is even not the first time I've done a puzzle with a giant zipper that turned out to be 8 and not 9 by one of Dorlir and Marty. Uh, but yeah, the idea here of sort of pairing these is really interesting. I'd like to see sort of more in this sort of build a snake with this midpoint kind of thing, because I've never seen given midpoint before, and that's a really interesting thing. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, we are back with an Ambrose puzzle, which is a Chacona, sorry, not a Chacona, a Chacona adjacent genre. So Chacona is one of my favorite pencil puzzle genres. This is, in fact, a Choco Banana. So we need to color things in two colors, which, if you look at the example on LMD, then Ambrose has chosen a chocolate color and a banana color, so we probably will do the same. And so we need to color everything in one of the colors. And so the chocolate regions have to be rectangular. And the banana regions have to not be rectangular. So that is the usual rules for Choco Banana, and that is the rules here. A cell with a circle contains a digit that counts the number of cells in its contiguous single color region. So be that a rectangle or another thing. Yeah, I would give more time than that, Dorlir. I was thinking I might wait for 5,000 subscribers and then do a setting challenge, because we're slowly ticking up towards that. Maybe 400 or something. I don't know. I'll find some excuse to do one, or I'll just do one, because I don't really need an excuse. But I do need to think of the prompt and be really happy with the prompt, because when I do them, it means I basically have to be happy doing nothing but puzzles that meet the prompt for 5 weeks, or something like that. So, which I am... I have been very happy with all the puzzles people have made for the previous setting challenges, but I want to make sure I pick something that is not make me an anti-night thermo puzzle or something. But let's see. Okay, so also, in addition to that, there's more. Each line, yeah, maybe I need to celebrate a 4-digit prime stream so that people won't do puzzles about multiplying to multiples of 100 and putting a bunch of 5s on lines, because I have done an awful lot of puzzles about multiplying to numbers that have a large number of 5s in their prime factorization as a previous thing. So if I choose something less less composite, that might work. Well, see, that's the thing, Emma. I might be able to do an anti-night thermo evening, but the setting challenges have historically gotten enough puzzles, and the puzzles tend to be few people for the setting challenges set me 1 and 2 star puzzles, we'll say. They tend to skew 4+ star puzzles, and so when I do the setting challenges, usually they end up occupying me for a good while. Okay, so each line needs to be divided by the Choco Banana coloring into segments that sum to exactly 10. I could do a 2-star challenge. Well, the 6x6 is kind of the 1-star challenge, although I have spent 90 minutes on a lot of the 6x6s that have been submitted as part of the 1-star challenge, if you will. Okay, so this has to be at least this has to be exactly 2 segments, I should say, which is going to create an interesting pressure on this. See, this assuredly has to be some number. So I guess I know something about the sum of these digits, right? Because the total of the box is 45. So these need to either sum to 5 or to 15. And I think if they sum to 15, it doesn't work. Oh, sorry, you're right. This length 5 line could be all the same. Sorry. In my brain, this was all in one region. And I was convinced that wasn't going to work for 2 different colors. So maybe actually we do need to prove that because of the circle, it can't be 2 different colors or something like that. But Garion says, the thing that I said about, oh, it could be 60 does not in fact work if you look at what happens with the lows, because every high that is on a 10 line always comes with at least one low. And so what would happen if I made these 6, 7, 8, 9 in order to make the sum 15 is that I would need to pair both of those, as well as the 6, 7, 8, and 9 from this box, and as well even the 5 from this box, with lows, which would mean that I would need 7 lows in box 5, and there are not 7 lows in box 5. So therefore we know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and we actually, because we therefore know that this line sums to 50, we actually know that these are opposite colors, although what the colors are, your guess is as good as mine, but they're at least opposite colors. And so we also, I guess, can sort of continue, I did that completely backwards. We can continue these backwards. Oh, yeah. Garion has an even simpler way of doing it, which is to just say that a 60 sum 10 line needs at least 12 cells, and this line does not have at least 12 cells. Okay, and so I don't think that really gets us anywhere right away. Let's see. I certainly know these two are the same color. Do I want to think about whether these can really be split? I think they can. I do know these add to 5. Okay, so this line is 11 long, which means there's only one 3-cell sum on it, and the one 3-cell sum has to have the 5, because the 5 can't go in a 2-cell sum. So somewhere in here, there is a 3-cell sum that wait, these are the same color. I did that math wrong. It's odd. So if it goes blue, purple, blue, purple, blue, it's the same thing it started with. Sorry, these are the same color. That feels somehow more useful. And I think we know this is the other color. No, I think we know this is also blue, actually. Yeah, I think we know this is also blue because yeah, okay. Let's do this Emma's way instead. These are definitely also the other color because, again, there's a bunch of length 2 strings and one length 3 string. Regardless of which one this is, whether it's length 2 or length 3, that one's always going to be purple. And so if this is now purple, it does not work because I end up with a gigantic string of purples. Because if this is purple, I can't make that blue or it's a 1-cell 10 sum. So that would be purple and that would be purple, and that's way too big. So that's certainly blue. That feels like maybe the thing I was supposed to start with. I'm not sure. I can also make notes like these 2 cells are the same color, and these 2 cells are the same color. I think I know these can't both be purple, right? I think if these are both purple, then yeah, if these are both purple, then I break the chocolate banana rule, because if these are both purple, it makes that blue, and then neither purple nor blues are all rectangles. And so actually neither purple, I guess what this is saying, neither purple are length 3, because if either purple was length 3, it would force the blue to also not be a rectangle. So the length 3 sum, wherever it is blue. And now, is it true that wherever the length 3 sum is, it means that blue isn't rectangular? I think it is. As if, right. If this is blue, then that's the length 3 sum, and now that's purple. So that can't be blue while having blue be a rectangle. If this is blue, oh, maybe not. Maybe this can be blue and that can be blue. I'm not sure. It's maybe possible. Certainly can't be that 3-cell sum. Okay, that's interesting, though. I don't know what you mean by my first statement about blue. Oh, we do need to keep these two apart. That's true. I'd forgotten completely. Oh, yeah, so these, at least one of these is bigger than 2, for whatever that is worth. I don't think I said it can't be blue, did I? But it is true, these cells do need to be different. So, like, for example, I guess I already knew I couldn't make all of those blue. Is it true that if this is blue, it causes the blue regions to join together? It is. If this cell is blue, let me just show you the hypothetical, then what this looks like is... I didn't do that right. Oh, no, I did do it right, and the thing I said wasn't true, right? That's what actually happened. I did do it right, and the thing that I said wasn't true. In my brain, doing that was going to force the blues to look like this, but that's not right. That is not, in fact, what happens, because that would make for 2 blue regions of length 3. Okay. I know that these can't both be blue, because if these were both blue, that assuredly would force this to be one region. And so that means this is not the 3-cell sum. This is a 2-cell sum. Which means that these are 1 purple and 1 blue, and these are 1 purple and 1 blue. Can this cell be blue? If that cell's blue, it makes that purple, which makes that blue, which makes that purple. That does still end up looking like that. Well, I sure know none of these numbers are 1. So the 1 is somewhere in the middle. Now, since this is perfectly symmetrical, I probably should think about something else and try and break the symmetry somehow. Yeah, that does basically mean there's two variations of what this could look like, because we've now said either that cell's blue, in which case it forces everything, or that cell's blue, in which case it forces everything. Okay, this line, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This line is 8 long. Do I know anything about the colors of the ends of this? So it sums to at most 40. Could it sum to less than 40? So 6, that would be at least 21. So it's at least 30, at most 40. One of the circles is part of a 3 length, but how does knowing it's part of a 3 length tell me something about its size? The fact that the length is 3, even, like, the third thing doesn't even necessarily have to be part of the same region, is the problem. Okay, so I know the two purples are going to touch diagonally. Does knowing that the two purples are going to touch diagonally possibly... I don't think I understand, Martin. One of the blue circles is certainly at least 5. Yeah, I mean, the purples, we sort of basically visualized this a couple times. The purples do one of those two things. So we always mean that, or we always know that the blue side is a minimum of 3 cell sums. Oh, right. Sorry. Right. Thank you. Okay. Yes. The 3 cell sum always has a 5 in it. That was the part that I forgot. That Martin remembered. The 3 cell sum always has a 5 in it, so there's only a tiny number of options for what it could be. In particular, its size is a maximum of 5 and a minimum of 5, because of the fact that there's a 5 in it. So, and because of this geometry. So one of these two is a 5, and that does indeed tell us that our blue is banana and our purple is chocolate. Okay. So, what does that do? It's one of those. Okay, and the 5's always going with two things that sum to 5. Okay, one of the rectangles assuredly has to grow at least. Oh! Here's an interesting observation. if this is my chocolate region, it has size exactly 2 because it can't grow more than that or it's going to split this 10 line and have a 1-cell 10 sum in it. So if my 10 line looks like this, so what we're saying here, I have to get rid of this 2 now. Actually, if you look at it, it's always going to be the case that whichever of these, if you look at the 2 ways that this could go, whichever way this goes, be it that way or that way, one of these 2 circles ends up being 2. Oh, this is still banana. I didn't mean to get rid of that. So one of these is 2, and so therefore one of these is 8, I guess is what we know. Well, the point is, Ron, that if this cell is chocolate, because I have to keep this a rectangle, the rectangle has to be 1 by something. So that means that my length 5 region is a 514, right? Oh, no, it doesn't mean that, right? Yeah, both. So there's 2 universes. One is that the chocolate region looks like that, and the other is that the chocolate looks like that, based on deductions that we have made. Row 6, column 5 was chocolate. The 2 chocolate rectangles can't touch. Your as soon as your chocolates touch, they become 1 chocolate. Did Tristan ever post the link? If so, there's a really nice picture of what this looks like when it's done in a 6x6. Melty mergery, yes, indeed. Okay, what's the other circle going to be when I think about the yellow? Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? I guess the other's a minimum of 3, but that maybe doesn't help me a whole lot. Now, the other rectangle, though, the other rectangle is a minimum. Well, it's certainly a minimum of 4 at least, because when it grows, if it grows up, then it's going to have to also expand out and then become at least 6, or it's just going to immediately grow that way, in which case it's going to be at least 4. So the other chocolate is at least 4, although that's not incredibly helpful. I was hoping this was going to tell me that the 3-cell sum had to be 2, 3, 5, but it doesn't because of the fact that the 2 could be there. Hey, streamer term, how are you doing? Yeah, regions can touch diagonally, but not orthogonally. Is this link right? Otherwise, I'll post the link. Yeah, the link is right. So if you, in fact, actually, I guess I opened it on my screen when I meant to open it on the other screen. But that's an example of what this is going to look like at the end of the day. Note this example, or the example involves 7 sums. Maybe I should have done the example first. Okay, and we know that these 2 sum to 5. So they either... Oh, right. Okay. So, yeah, one of these joins the 5. Whichever one it is that extends joins the 5. So what happens to the high digit that goes with that one? Doesn't that not work? Because the 5, like these two numbers add to 5. So if this is the 5, that number goes here. That feels to me like that's broken. Because there's a number that adds to 5 with this number that's a high digit that doesn't have any friends, right? Oh, right. That number's high is on the other end. Right. Okay, yeah. That number's high is on the other end. Right. Because it dangles outside the box. Okay, so what we just proved is that the other number that goes with the 5 is high. Because, right, we said, okay, so if this is the 5, then this number goes here. And so, so this is, these numbers are, yeah, these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, right. And not 8, right? We know they're not 8 because we already know about the 2, right? Okay, so the other one is pretty large. The one where there is a chocolate here. Although I don't know that it necessarily includes that cell, funnily enough. We should remember that you can never put a 1 or a 2 in a yellow circle because regions of size 1 and size 2 are always rectangles. That's like the one chocolate banana trick that I remember. I don't even know. Trick might be overly generous. The one thing I remember being a step in chocolate banana puzzles that I have solved in the past. Yeah, we've got to get pretty far away from this gooey center to disambiguate the high-low stuff. Okay, so the one of these that's 5 ends up looking exactly like that. Oh, I see. Okay, so here's a thing that would be more clear to me if I were willing to use the bifurcation palette a little bit more aggressively. Wait. No, it's not that. Oh, sorry, it's that. Uh right. So on one side or the other, both of these are brown. Because of that. That's brown, that's brown, that's yellow. And so these are all yellow on that side, and there's a one size brown. If we are willing to sort of entertain that possibility. Okay, maybe we should look at this 10 line and see if we can do anything now. This could be all one color. No, it can't be all one color. Maybe it can be all one color. I'm unsure. Let's see. Should we just fill in one of the things? The surrounding of chocolate breaks if this is the 5. Okay, so if this is the 5, remember that means that all of this is yellow. Yes. Okay. So it's exactly the thing I tried to draw down there. But then it was wrong. But up here it's actually right. If this is the 5, the yellow looks like this. And the problem with yellow looking like that is it makes these 3 cells all chocolate, which breaks the 10 line. Because we can't do that. Yeah, so that is not the 5. That's the 5. And we can bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop, boop, doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so that lets us fill in some stuff. Hey, Nikas, how are you doing? Let's us fill in that, which then forces that, which forces that, which forces that. Okay. All right, and so this we know is a 1, 2, 3, 4. We know that these are assuredly chocolate, and we know that all of these are chocolate. And so that means that is assuredly yellow, which actually forces all of that to be yellow by 10 line stuff. That makes this the 2 and the 8. I don't even remember how we proved that the 2 and the 8 had to be there. But we did. So that cell is yellow, that cell is yellow, and that cell is yellow. Anything that's at a corner of browns is yellow automatically, which makes that yellow by virtue of 10 line stuff, that yellow by virtue of 10 line stuff. See, this can be, well, this number is divisible by 3. How about that? This number is always 3, 6, or 9. Those are the only options. Based on how, oh no, it would be okay if this grew here and that was the same thing. So that number in any case is 7, 4, or 1. Oh, if it's 3, though, it makes the yellow too long, is, I believe, Martin's point. Because if it's 3, then all of this is yellow, and now I have 4 cells in one column, which already add to 10 plus 1 more cell. So it's not 3. So, in fact, this cell is also 6 or 9, but then it can't be 9, because these two numbers would have to add to 1. So it is, in fact, 6 in both of these cells, and we can fill in some yellow around them. That is a 4. These are a 1 and 3. That is not a 6. That is not a 4. So this is a 1, 3, and this is a 2, 4, hanging around over there. Okay. And now the rest of this line is yellow. Because we can't have a 1 cell 10 sum in either color. 2, 3, 4. Okay, now this is size 8, so therefore this needs to be a 9, because it can't be size whatchamacallit anymore. Making that 1 and that 4 and that 3 and that 1, and making these a 3 and a 7 going in there. Okay, so this is a 10 sum that is 3 cells that doesn't have a 1 in it, but in which 2 of the cells don't see each other, so we have to be a little bit careful. In fact, this digit, if you look at it, is actually at least 4. And so it can only possibly be 4 or 5, because these digits definitely sum to at least at least too many. These sum to at least 5. So these are from 2, 3, 4. That one's never a 3. Never a 4. Okay. And 4 here doesn't work because that would have to be 4, 2, 4, and this can't be a 4. So this has to be a 5, which now means that has to be a 2 and that has to be a 3. So it actually doesn't have a repeat in it, even though it could have had a repeat in it. And now these are a 4, 5 with a 1 because that's the minimum they can be. And that adds to 10. So we've got all of that. Okay. So this number here is a minimum of 4. And it can't be 5 or 6. So it's 4, 7, or 8 or 9, which means this number here is a max of 6. And if you look at numbers that are a max of 6, you see that there's lots of digits it can't be. So this is only actually a 2 or 5. So this can only possibly be a 2-cell sum if it's 2, 8. Now, this number, on the other hand, is also huge. This number is just a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this number actually is also small because these two need to add to it most 10. It can only be a 3 or... Oh, actually, it's a naked 4. Sorry, this number is a naked 4. So actually, this is just a naked 4, 6. And it's assuredly chocolate. Because otherwise this would be too big. I could have said that these were both chocolate even without that, but what are you going to do? I didn't notice it until now. So those are all banana. And I have to keep this banana apart from this banana, or my 9-size banana will not have size 9. So there is some chocolate for you. This now is part of a 3-cell sum, not a 2-cell sum. So this is assuredly not 8 or 9. 2, 7, 1 seems like it might still just work. In any event, this number here is certainly not larger than... And it can't even be as big as 4, actually. So this is a 1 or 3 only. Okay, so it's either 3, 2, 5. Oh, is this always a 5 now? Yeah, I think this is now... No, it could be 2, 7, 1. Okay, so... Right, so this chocolate either grows or it doesn't. The banana in box 7 cannot have a 1. Do you know that this is at least a 3? It can't be a 4 or 5 or 6. So it's 3 or 7. It can't actually be 8 or 9 because these can't be a 1-2 pair because... Sorry, these can't be a 1-1 pair. It can't actually be 7 either. Because if this were a 7, these would need to be a 1-2 pair, and neither of them can be 1. So actually this has to be a 3, which chocolates the world around it. This is now not chocolate. This is now not chocolate. Okay, and this isn't non-rectangular yet, so it has to grow at least that far. This isn't non-rectangular yet, so it needs to grow at least that far. This is yellow because that's how chocolatey goodness works. And that is yellow because that's how 10 lines work. This chocolate can't grow, so that's yellow. And we have that. This has to be yellow because this chocolate can't grow. Ron is correct. This is a 2 and an 8 again, just by counting. Oh, Okay, that cell is certainly chocolate because otherwise we merge two giant bananas together, and we cannot merge two giant bananas together. However, this yellow assuredly grows. I don't quite know how yet. That is not a truth I have yet been made privy to. Oh, I'm being told we know what these digits are because they sum to 7 and they're not 1, 6, or 2, 5. So they're 3, 4. And they had better be in that order. Very good point. And so now these are 1, 9, and we'd better know the order. Just because there's no 2, 3, 4 left. I was hoping we had placed a 4 down in this circle, but we have not quite placed a 4 down in the circle. Okay, these are a minimum of what? They're a minimum of 5, I guess, because they are at least 2, 3, and I don't think I could do better than that. So that means this digit's at most 5. However, it's not 2, 3, or 4. So it is 1 or 5 are the only options. If it's a 5, then these are a 2. This being 5 doesn't actually work for a very sneaky reason about this 2 and 3. Because if this is a 5, I need these to add to 5 without a 1, so they'd be a 2, 3 pair. But this cell, very sneaky Ambrose, can be neither. So that is a 1. Okay, so now these need to sum to 9. Do I know anything about that? Well, it's not 1, 8. Let's see. Could it be 2, 7? I suspect so. It can't be 3, 6, though. Sorry, 2, 7. It can't be 3, 6 because of that 3, 6 looking over, and it could be 4, 5, I think, as long as it's in that order. So actually, these are quite restricted for whatever it is worth. Oh, these can be filled in, though, is what Eckbert was telling me. Eckbert said another 2, 8, and I didn't see where it is, but now I see where it is, and it's actually very helpful because it tells me this isn't a 2. And so if I'd have just done that, instead of doing this the way of using that, I would not have needed to use this oblique 2, 3 looking at this. And it would have just told me right away what this was. So we did not need to do this in the way that we did. Let's see. If that is chocolate, does it break this circle? Yes. If this is chocolate, this circle only has 2 options, which are 3 and 8, both of which are not possible. So this is yellow. And so now either this is yellow and the circle is a 9, or this is chocolate and then this keeps growing a lot. That might not work, but I don't really want to try and torture test it at the moment if I can avoid it. Let's see. If this is yellow, then it's a 9 and we get some chocolate sprinklings around it. I might as well fill in that these are 7, 8, 9 because it's sort of funny. We've got all the low digits in this row. Emma has done the Sudoku in this column and said, well, we know there's no 2s or 8s. Emma knows this isn't a 7. Oh, yes, it's not a 7 because if it was a 7, it couldn't be chocolate because I can't fit a 7 by 1 into the grid. And if it was banana, we know it's a 9. So this is either a chocolate 6 or a banana 9. Those are my options for this. That is a quadruple in this box, points out Jean. And so these numbers are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, in fact, it's actually even better. It's a triple. So that's an 8. So these are a 1, 3 pair, and these are a 2, 4 pair. So that places a 2. Uh-oh. That seems to place a 2 in that cell. Oh, sorry. No. It does not place a 2 in that cell. Sorry. There's already a 2 over here. I count 9, Nikas, as long as that's the last yellow cell. 3 in box 4. Doesn't go in any of those cells. Oh, it doesn't go there. So the 3 is placed there. Let's see. We've got some Sudoku to fill in here. Those are a 6 and 7. This number is... Yeah, this number we already know is big. It is 6, 8, or 9, I think, are the only options. So it's not 8 either. It is only 6 or 9. How did that sneak in there? I see that you're right, that this being 3 does not actually work with any of the combinations up here. I don't know. I think that's been available for a long time. So this is always 1. Yeah, and then there's a couple options, but that's a 3. That's a 1. Let's see. These we certainly know are... the 5 is just placed in this box down here. These are the 6, 7, 9. And that is the last 6, 7, 9 for the column, and it's not a 6. That's not a 9. There's a 9 in this row, which is going to place a 9 in this box here by Sudoku. Yeah, one of these is a 6, so one of those is a 6. One of these is a 6. I don't think that's doing me a lot of good immediately. One of these two is a 3, is being pointed out. Let's see. This row has 2, 5, and 7 left. This row has 5, 6, 7, and 8 left. There is a 3 up here. Oh, there's a 3 in one of these two cells. Oh, yeah, that's 2, 5, 7, 8 quad. Very good. So once you realize that this is where the 2, 5, 7, and 8 go, then you realize that you've got the 2, the 3, and... Or sorry, the 3, the 4, and the other one. Oh, the 3, the 4, and the 1 hidden in this row, right? Because 3, 4, 1 align in both of these. And so these are a 1, 3, 4, except that's the 4 and that's the 1. And that's the 3. And so now that 1 has to be chocolate. And so these two have to be banana. In order to make that work. That makes that also a 3. What? You can have a banana 1. A banana 1 would be a rectangle, and bananas aren't allowed to be rectangles. So that is a 7 and a 2, 4 and a 2, and a 9, and a 7, and a 6, and a 9, and a 7, and a 6 and a 9, and a 7, and a 5, and a 7, Those are my 7, 8. Those are my 2, 5. That seems to be a 7. Which I guess seems to make that an 8 and that a 7. If this is yellow, it would work like that. But there's no way for this 3 to be chocolate. Eckbert is pointing out. Because if this 3 is chocolate, it would have to be a 3 by 1, but that's not a rectangle. So it has to be yellow, but that means this cell has to be chocolate. And now that cell has to be yellow, but now it does have size 3. So now that's chocolate, and chocolate is done. Okay, and so this circle now has to be a 6. That digit seems to be a naked single, so let's fill it in. It seems to be an 8. These digits seem to be a 5 and a 4. 2, 8, 5. I mean, it would be very funny if it turned out that it doesn't just take this. I think there's a chance that it doesn't. I think it's very unlikely. I think it most likely does. But I, as of now, don't actually know that it does, I don't think. Let's see. Because I think I could, like, sneak in something like that or something. Okay, this is size 6, which means that's definitely chocolate, because it won't be size 6 if that is not chocolate. It will be size bigger than 6. This banana has to grow, and this banana has to grow, because otherwise they won't be rectangles, and now this is done. This, speaking of bananas that have to grow, this is a banana that has had to grow for a long time because it is currently not a rectangle. That we know is chocolate, because of the fact that I can't make this region huge, and that's going to continue. Okay, that has been available for a long time. So we actually get to continue this out. And so, in fact, that cell, to my surprise, is chocolate. And it's a chocolate 6, so we can fill in what the chocolate looks like. Yeah, that's beautiful and has been available for a very long time. So that makes all of that yellow. That is yellow, and now that is chocolate. And so now we indeed do find that the yellow 9 did the thing we thought the yellow 9 was going to do. And this is a 6. That was a beautiful thing. I wish I'd have seen that sooner. It was very elegant. I just wasn't paying attention to that particular part. And now we let Mark do the hard part with the 7, the 9, the 5, the 6, and the 8. 6, the 2, and the 8. Very nice. Break-in there was very tough for me. I had not appreciated that the way these lines worked, they had left-right symmetry, but not up-down symmetry. And so the thing that broke the thing was there. It was only available since I colored row 1 column 8. Okay, yes. Okay, so it was not there literally from the beginning. Like I had thought it was there basically from as soon as I knew that there was a thing here. But yeah, that resolved very nicely. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Very happy to. Alrighty, welcome back. I think this was on CTC and I saw it, and the rules made so much sense that I was like, I have to do this puzzle. This is an old J. Dyer puzzle. I don't have any idea how I avoided it the first time. Because usually I watch J. Dyer puzzles quite closely for doing. But this is a very, very elegant rule set here. The only rule is that each line must contain a digit equal to half the sum of its digits, which is just to say I have to use the circle tool to put a circle somewhere on the line, and then it's an arrow of the sum of the other digits. So that is it for the rules. I guess I have a parity thing where I know these two are opposite parity because the sum of an arrow is it really reminds you in the rules, which suggests to me that maybe I should think about this. It reminds you strongly in the rules that the sum of an arrow is low, or sorry, is even. It is maybe worth thinking about counting low digits on arrows of length at least 3. Oh, except we have to be careful because some of these see each other. Or sorry, some of these don't see each other. So like if that was the circle, we definitely have one there and one there. So the fact that Garion is alluding to, I believe, is that a length 3 arrow where all 3 cells see each other has has at least 2 of 1, 2, and 3 on it. But yeah, we could actually do some math on box 3 because we know the maximum sum of these cells would be, if the circles are 9 and 8, that would be 34, minus, if this was a 1, it would be 33. So the maximum sum of these cells is 33, which means the minimum sum of these is 12, if I did that right. And if the minimum sum of these is 12, that means one of them is the circle and this isn't. Do we concur with that 12? Because the sum of a whole arrow is double its circle. So these could be double 8 plus double 9 together would be 34, minus 1 is 33. I think I have confirmed and gotten the same math. If none of these are the circle, then I think we can probably also break it, because this would sum to a maximum. I mean, this unconditionally, this sums to a maximum of 18. If the circle is not in these 3 cells, then this sums to a maximum of 18 plus 8 is 26, which would mean I would need these cells to sum to at least 19. That's not possible. So this is also not the circle. And again, these sum to a minimum of 18. Sorry, a maximum of 18. So these sum to a minimum of, what is 45 minus 18, 35 minus 8, 27. So the whole of these sums to a minimum of 30. And assuredly a maximum of 34. 4. Puts a little pressure on these, but not so much. Todd pointing out these are opposite parity. Oh, I see. Garion is looking at it the other way. Which is to say, if the circle digits are 7, 8, 9, which is the biggest they can be, then okay, yeah, this would have been nicer to do it this way from the beginning. I did this in a really I did this in a much less elegant way than it turns out is the most elegant way, because the absolute maximum that these digits that I have highlighted can sum to is 48, which is twice 7 plus 8 plus 9. And since these sum to 45, that means these sum to a maximum of 3. And so these are, in fact, a 1-2 pair. Okay, good. All 3 circles are in, well, we've proven all 3 circles are in box 2. Yeah, so I guess maybe we couldn't have shortcut all of it, is what Ron is saying. Now, this can't have the 9 on it, because we know the 7, 8, and 9 are each on different arrows. And so the lowest digit that I can have, or sorry, the highest digit I can have on this is an 8, in which case it would have to be 8, 2, 6. Maybe we don't have to sort of like dig too deeply into that at the moment, but it is worth noting. Okay, and so one of these arrows doesn't have a 1 on it at all, because these digits are at least 3, and these digits are at least 3. So if you look at the total, that means the total of the arrow here has to be a minimum. So one of these is looked at by a 1. Let's just say it that way. One of these is looked at by a 1 through the entire arrow. Its total is going to be at least I guess I could do 3 plus 3 plus 2. Its total is going to be at least 8. And the one that's looked at by a 2, its total is going to be at least a 7. Okay, and so I think that's going to let us knock a lot of numbers off of these arrows, because right, we can have at most a 2 on one of these. A 2 and 2 3s is the best I could do for the one that's looked at by a 1. So that's an 8. And then the one that's looked at by a 2, I can do 2 3s into 1. Although if I total them all together, which is probably the smarter thing to do, then I can minimize it and probably do it. So I think I probably actually want to minimize these cells and figure out what the minimum possible sum is. So for these cells, the minimum is 3, 4, 5, 6, which is 18. Plus 3, 4 is, 18 plus 3, 4 is 25. Plus 1, 2 is 28. So these sum to a minimum of 28. And that means that the 2 circle digits need to be at least 7 and 9. Sorry, the 2 circle digits need to sum to at least 14 is what I really meant to say there. And I can't have the two circle digits sum to more than 18, which puts a little tiny restriction on these, but not huge. Okay, but that also spills out into these boxes, actually, because if neither of these uh, is a circle, then we run into a problem if it's on both sides, because we need, again, 2 of 1, 2, and 3. You left no space for the circles. I just summed the minimum of all the digits. I didn't think about the circles at all. I just summed all of these. Uh, uh, oh, you're saying do 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4? And say that the non-circle digits, their minimum sum is 1, 2 plus 7 plus 7. Which is 17, so it's... but this is assuming... Right, because the circles could naively sum to 18. But I think we have kind of proven that's not actually possible. Because if I want to make the sum 18, then I need to use a third digit in this box, which is going to be worse than you. Basically, I'll be replacing one of the 3 4s here with an 8 9, or I could be replacing one of these 1 2s with an 8 9, which would also not help. So I think that does indeed actually get us to where we want to be. That the circles are 8 9. They are in this box. And these are 1 2. So we get a 1 and a 2 up here somewhere. And funnily enough, we know they're there, actually. Because both of these... Oh, sorry. No, that's not true. Sorry. Don't listen to me. I know one of them is here. Because if the 1 2 were down here, this length 3 arrow doesn't have 2 1 2 3s on it. And I also know that this arrow does have a 3 on it in order for it to possibly work. Okay, and so now that we've got that the 8 and the 9 have to be in box 5, we can now ask ourselves, what is the maximum for the digits that aren't in the circle? So we know there's assuredly no 7, because we know there's an 8 and a 9 in the circles, and the circles are in box 5. So in our minimization, we made these 3 4. And we made these 3, 4, and 8, 9. So we actually do know all of this, and then we get 5, 6, 7 up the middle. Okay. So if this is not 1, 2, chat is claiming that's a problem. Because this will sum to at least... right. Because the 3 needs to be on this arrow. So if this isn't a 1, 2, then now actually the minimum I can put is 2 digits on this is 4, 5, which is certainly going to be too much. So, long story short, I was right about the 1, 2 and its existence. Okay, so the circle on this line is a minimum of 8 if it's 1, 3, 4. The circle on this line could actually be quite tiny. I was kind of hoping to prove that this line had to be the 7, but I don't think I can yet. I can assuredly prove, though, that one of these is the circle and one of these is the circle. Because if one of these is not the circle, then the minimum sum of this arrow is 12, which is too big. So I can mark these as not the circle. Also, I can remove my reddening, I think, and just mark these as not the circle. Okay, and I certainly know that one of the arrows sums to 8, and one of the arrows sums to 9. And so the 7 in this row can't go on an arrow, because the highest digit you can fit is a 6. So this is a 7. And one of these is a 9 with a 6. And one of them is an 8 with a 5. And so these are also 1, 2 pairs in order to make that work, is the upshot of that story. Interesting. We've got 1, 2s everywhere. I bet getting this to be unique and not have any deadly patterns is a pain in the ass. Oh, that's right. Digit dance. Right, we got a 7. That was a digit. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, I should, I guess, fill in that these numbers here are an 8, a 9, and a 3, and a 4. Oh, this just can't be a 3 or a 4. Oh, well, it's certainly not a 3, because I've already corner marked the 3 in the box. But it also can't be a 4, because we said this arrow had to sum to 7, 8, or 9, and if I make this a 4, it can't sum to 7, 8, or 9. So this is an 8 or a 9. This is our first circle that we have identified. This is demonstrably actually a circle. I can mark that these aren't circles, is probably a good idea. I suppose if I was really aggressive, I can color all the cells that aren't on arrows as being not circles. Will that help everyone understand what's happening? I don't think it will. It sounds probably bad to me. So this is a minimum of 8 minus 2. So this is, is this digit only a 6? Right, this digit's only a 6. Because we said, again, that if this was a 9, I would need to use a 7 or an 8. We proved earlier, actually, that this arrow didn't sum to 9, but it was useless then. But funnily enough, our deduction earlier is now exactly what we want, because it proves that this is an 8, with a 6 and a 2, giving me a 1 and a 1 and a 2. And probably, actually, if I think back to what I said now, I probably actually know which of these arrows is which. in some way, shape, or form. Let's see. I guess I could have just asked myself where 6 was in this box now that I know about the 1-2 pair there, and I think that would have also gotten me the same place. Oh, maybe I don't actually know which of these is which. Oh, I do know which the 7 arrow is, though, Ron points out, because it's no longer this one. And so one of these is a 7 arrow, and it's not the one that's contained entirely in one box and has a 3 on it. So this arrow is the 7 arrow. This arrow is the 9 arrow. The 7 arrow, well, it's not... Oh, it could maybe be 1, 2, 4. Could it also be... No, it can't. I can't make this be a 1, because if I make this be a 1, I need to make these two sum to 5 without using a 1 or 2, which won't work. So I can't make this a 1. I have to make this a 2 and that a 1. And so now these just are 4, 7. Did I not do that math right? Sorry, Ron makes me think I did this math wrong. If I make this a... Oh, if I make this a 1, I just need a 5. Sorry, I did do the math wrong. I included too many numbers. If I make this a 1, I just need to make these... Oh, it still doesn't work. I need to make... No, I need to make this a 5 and a 7. Hey, Jay. Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's a good busy. No, yeah. Ron is right. This could just be a 1, 5, 7, as we currently know it. But this is definitely the arrow that sums to 9. Right. This cell can't be a circle because these digits are a minimum if you look at it, or if you let Garion tell you to look at it. These are only from 5, 7, 8. And those numbers do not add together to be a thing. So one of these is a circle, and it can't be summing to 5. So one of these has to be 5, actually. Because if neither of these numbers is 5, then they're a 7 and 8, and I need that to be a 1. And 5, 7 doesn't work because I need that to be a 2. So actually these are 5, 8, and that's a 3, is in fact what has happened. And so that's a 4. That's a 3. And these aren't 8. So therefore, one of them is 9 because of the 5, 8. So one of these is 9. Or sorry, one of these is 9. So these aren't 9. And I can solve for x. So 4 plus 1 plus what equals 9? And the answer is 4. So that's not a 9. So it's not the arrow. In fact, actually, where is 3 in this column? It's there. Where is 7 in this column? It's there. So we actually know where that arrow is. And we know that this is not an arrowhead, and we can make that appropriately yellow. Festive. I don't know what festivity we're doing, but it is some festivity, presumably. It's some festivity somewhere. Okay, and so those are 3, 8. And hopefully that works. Okay, and this is a pair left over down here. 3, 4, 9, 5, 8. These are a 6, 7 pair. And this is a 4 or a 5, points out Nikas. Let me know if I'm saying that poorly, or if you want me to use the other name or something. These are a 4, 5, and 9. And I think presently this is going to work out any which way that we'd like to do it. Okay, now that there's a 1, 2, and 3 looking at these cells, that means these two cells on this length 3 arrow need to be 1, 2, 3 only. Because I need 2 1, 2, 3s and this is none of them. So I know that these are both from 1, 2, 3, and I know the total of this arrow is bigger. I'm pretty sure the last 1, 2, 3 needs to go here in order to make this not sum to too much. But I don't know that I want to do the sort of 15 trick yet. That is 5 1, 2, 3s in row 1 and 2, Ron informs me. And so that means this number also has to be a 1, 2, 3 because I need 2 1, 2, 3s on this arrow, and there's only 1 1, 2, 3 left in row 1 and 2 to put in all 3 of these cells. So this is a 1, 2, 3. It's not the circle. These two aren't the circle also. Okay. Right. None of these are 1, 2, 3 either. Now, I don't think this arrow needs to have 2 1, 2, 3s on it as long as this is the sum, because it could be 9 and 4 and 1, 4. So it could have 1, 2, 3, 4s on it instead. Right. The circle is in one of these two, claims Ambrose. Let me try and convince myself that that's true. Right, because if the circle is here, I can't put a second 1, 2, 3 on the arrow. Right. In fact, I know that this is the second 1, 2, 3 because I just know none of these are 1, 2, 3. That's what I should have done. This is a 1, 2. Right. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. Oh, it's only a 1, 2. Okay, that's handy. So that's already a 1, 2 because that makes that a 3. No, one of those two is a 3. Okay, so now I have to do the math that this can't be a 1, 2. Because if this is not a 1, 2, if this is a 1, 2, then the minimum sum of this arrow is 4, 1, 3, plus, I guess I should do this the other way. So the total sum of the non-circle digits on these arrows, that's a sum of 5 numbers. The maximum that sum can be is 17. And so that's 2 degrees of freedom above the bare minimum. And so the way I think about it is you sort of have the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And because you only have 2 degrees of freedom, you only get to unfreeze the 2 highest digits. If you try and even take away the 3 out of that sum, you'll already make it too big. And so you need all of 1, 2, and 3, and the only spot for the 1, 2 is there. And so that had better not be my arrow circle either. Okay, and so now there is only 1, 1, 2 on this arrow. And so if there is only 1, 1, 2 on this arrow, then we need to have the circle be in this column. Because if the circle is not in this column, then we would need... So in other words, if this was the circle is the problem. If this was the circle, then we'd need 2, 1, 2, 3s in here, and we don't have them. So this is not the circle anymore. And the minimum sum of the 2 digits here that aren't the circle is 1 plus 4. which is 5. So this number can't possibly be larger than 4. Okay, so that's handy. And so that means that these numbers are 1, 4, and 9. In order to possibly make that work. Because if I try and do anything else, I overflow my capacity. That does sven its way over to here. And that 1 looks up, making that a 2, and that a 1. That a 2, and that a 1, making that a 2, and that a 1, and that a 2. Not a 1 and a 2. Oh, I'm glad there wasn't a thing to find by coloring these 1, 2s, because I did not think to do it, and I realize now I should have. Okay, so that's not a 9. This isn't a 9 either. Okay, there is a 2, 3 pair here. Just by Sudoku, by asking where 2 and 3 go into this box. Okay, so that's good. This isn't a 9 anymore because of the 1, 4, 9 here. Yes, so this is not the circle. Very good. Yes, I agree. Okay. This digit is minimum 5. Doesn't seem to quite tell me anything. One 3 pair in box 3. Yep. Yeah, if I just ask where 1 and 3 go in box 3, there's only 2 spots, and that's the other one. Very good. Yeah, very well spotted. I'm not often good at spotting those. Okay, so the total of this arrow is at least 6. So we could have 4, 6, or 5, 7, or whatever. I'm being encouraged to do math. Scary. Okay, so this is a 5. Okay, thank you earlier. I think it was Ron who caught me earlier that I was adding too many digits because I convinced myself that this wasn't possible for some exotic reason. And in fact, it not only was possible, it turned out to be the answer. So that is appreciated. Yeah, here we know the minimum sum is still 7. 7, 8, or 9. Can it really be 9? Yes, if that's a 6. I was noticing that 9, 4, 3 didn't work because it clashed with that cell. But that is not useful. Yeah, this is 8 or 9 with a 4 or 5. Ron points out I can mark. Can't be a 4 with a 9 because the math doesn't work and because it would put both 4 and 9 in this cell. In fact, there's no 4 on here because the 4, thanks to the 1, 3 pair, the 4 in row 3 is in one of these 2 cells. Oh, in fact, it's in exactly this cell, which is very helpful for lots of reasons. Not least of which, because it tells me that now this has to be 1 plus 3 plus 5 is 9. It tells me this isn't the circle, and this is the circle. Sorry, this is the circle, and it's a 6. Sorry, I'm going to guess that's exactly what chat was saying, but... oh, no, it's not what chat was saying. Chat was saying something different. Okay, I'll unravel that in a second. 3, 4, 5, 6. These are a 7 and a 9, and I know which is which. That's the 7. That's the 9. That is an 8. So no 8s. Oh, chat was saying what I just did. It didn't look like it when I skimmed, but I'm not always the best skimmer. Okay, this digit is a 5, 6, or 7, just for the column. So that means that digit is not a 5. So this is the arrow. I apparently stopped circling the arrows at some point, which seems wrong. This digit is also an 8 or a 9. There's no 8 up here anymore. And there's no 9 up here anymore. Because we have a Zach wing on 9s, just meaning that I can count where the 2 9s are in rows 1 and 2, and there's no 8. So the total of this arrow has to be 7, because it can't be 6. And so these have to be a 4, 7. And that has to be a 1. Otherwise, we're not getting to the right total. And so that 4, 7 looks over and sorts out all of this for us, giving us 2 more arrow circles. Oh, sorry, I circled the wrong cell. Like that. This is a naked single something. Seems to be a 6. Could maybe look down here and look at these. Okay, those are 5, 7, and 8, it would seem. Okay, and these are something and something. Those are 5 and 8. That's maybe not the most useful, and I might as well, while I'm at it, fill in these. Those are 6, 7, and 8. 3 in row 6. Oh, very good spot, Nikas. 3 in row 6 has been placed here, in fact. So that is my circle. So 9 and 8, and then I have to do quick math to see that that is a 5. So those are a 6, 9. There's no 5 over here. This cell is a 5, so it's not the circle, and therefore this cell is the circle. And it can't ever be a 6, so it has to be 7 is 5 plus 2. Okay, this is a 5 or an 8 as well, which gets me a 5, 8 pair in the column. That is apparently a naked 7 and a 3. So now I can paint this box with pencil marks. Oh, that's actually a 4. Sorry, that became a 4 and a 7. So that's the circle, and that isn't. So we can clean this up. I see Jim point out there's a 4, 9 pair in this row. So neither of these are 9, and that one's not 4 either. So those are actually a 6, 8 pair, making that a 7. Okay, that is not a 7. Oh no, I didn't put a circle. Oh no, the worst. The worst. Oh, that's a 4, 9 pair, so that's just a 3. I think it's probably the last 3. It does seem to be the last 3. I kind of want this number to be small, but I'm not sure yet. The 5, 8 pair that I mentioned in the column actually does something after Jim's point, which is to sort this out. We'll put a circle there. 9 and 6. Yeah, I said there's a 5, 8 pair. Isn't that good enough? Sven should have known to give me credit for that deduction. 5, 6, 8. This is now a naked 1. So therefore that is a 2. Okay, this can't be even, because if it's even, then I would need that to be even, and that doesn't work. So that is a 9. So the 9 had better always be the arrow circle. Yeah, this is definitely a masterclass in how to make your puzzle end once the puzzle is over. Because, yeah, this sort of went very quickly from mostly not filled in to basically all filled in. Which is, I think, what one hopes for in a Sudoku puzzle, typically. Very nice. I really liked that one. Glad I happened to catch that one going by because I missed it the first time. Maybe it was when I was moving or something. It was a very old puzzle. I'm not like, not like from the 1460s or something, but old by Sudoku standards. Puzzle that I don't know quite how I missed, but great puzzle. Yeah, I really enjoyed that start to finish. Alrighty, I will be back in just a moment, so see you all shortly. All right, welcome back with some overlapping grids action here from Michael Lefkowitz, aka Juggler. So we have here a bunch of Latin squares. So that just means this 3x3 has to have the digits 1 through 3 in it, for example, in every row and column. There are no boxes of any kind. So, for example, this is just going to be 1, 2. These will be 1, 2, 3, and so on. I'm also going to mark these as 1, 2, 3 real quick. And every gray circle has an odd sum. Every gray square has an even sum. So this is a 1 or a 3 and not a 2. I do see that there is a 4 in this row here, and a 4 in this row here, and a 4 in this column here, and a 4 in this column here. And that is all the 4s in the grid. So these are from 1, 2, 3 only again. And so that gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row. So these are a 4, 5 pair, which is the kind of thing that you might think would do something, but I'm not sure that it does. These aren't 5, at least. And there's a 4 and a 5 in here as well, for what it's worth. This is a circle, so this is not 2 or 4. This is a square, so this is not 1, 3, or 5. Oh, we can repeat the 4 trick, David points out, where I can say there's 2 4s in these cells and 2 4s in these cells, and that's all the 4s we get. So there's no 4 there, which in fact gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column as well, which makes that also a 4, 5. Now, this is not a 2, just for, because there's 1, 2 over here. I don't think this 4 looks up there because I don't think they're in the same grid. Unfortunately. Okay. I do know one of these 2 cells is 4. I don't know if that's going to do anything for me by itself. I do feel like 4 5s in this region is kind of where it's at. I certainly know that has an even sum, so I can just ignore all of those. If that is my dream. Let's see. There's a 1, 2, 3 over here. I know one of these is a 4. I don't think I know whether they're 2, 4 or not. Oh, I do know whether they're 2, 4 or not. Because one of these is a 2, because it's not there. So these are from 1, 3, 4. So the sum of these 2 is definitely odd. There we go. Okay, we're getting somewhere. One of these is a 2 for the 1, 2, 3 grid. And so therefore, there's no 2 over here, but one of them is a 4. So therefore, that has an odd sum. So these also have an odd sum, which means that there's a 2 in here. Because if there wasn't a 2, that'd be 1, 3, and that doesn't have an odd sum. So that actually gives me a digit. We can bring out intern Big Z is back to do the one dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. That is quite nice because of the setting there is cute because you're sort of inclined to ignore this circle because it doesn't seem to do anything, but it actually does everything for you that you could ever hope and dream for it to do. So these aren't 1 anymore. So these are actually a 1-4 pair now, we actually know. We can be more specific about our desires or whatever. Oh, no. Sorry, I was going to say yeah, sorry, never mind. I was trying to like read this across as a 1, 2, 3 triple, but that doesn't work, sadly. I do know one of these 2 is 5. I don't know that that does me a whole lot of good. One of these 2 is 5. That, I think, also does not do me a whole lot of good. Let's see. Is there any way I can make sense out of this? So the 4 here goes with a 2. Is that a problem? I mean, I know that's not a 2. I guess I should fill in this. These 2 cells I know are 1 or 4. I was trying to decide if I could like do something like if these are 2, 3, then it tells me something about the parity of these, but I don't quite see how to connect that yet. Which lower cell, Jim? So that has an odd sum. So these also have an odd sum. So an odd number of these cells are odd. I don't know what to do with the fact that an odd number of these cells are odd. Numbers 1 or 3. maybe it's more useful to count in this whole row where that sum is even, so this sum is even. And so there are an even number of odds here, and so there's an even number of odds over here. The far lower rightmost cell of the grid. Whichever row has a corner marked 4 also has a 1. Ah. So if this is a 4, that's a 1. Is that interesting? I guess then that's a 4. I do see that one of these is 4, 1. The 1 in row 9, row 9 and 10, column 8. Carry over to row 9 and 10, column 11. So the pointing 1, 4. I only see a pointing 1, 4 if the 4 is here. I don't see a pointing 1, 4. Well, I guess I kind of see a pointing 1, 4, but not a useful one, I don't think. Oh, okay. I see it now. Yeah. Okay. So the point is, yeah. So as soon as this is a 4, so it doesn't have anything to do with the circle. I was stuck looking at the circle. If this is a 4, that's a 1. These are a 2, 3, and so that's a 1. If this is a 4, that's a 1. This is a 2, 3, and then that's a 1. So one of these is always a 1, is the point. So that is a 3. And the way Garion said it, I also like, which is that this digit, whatever it is, it shows up twice in here. And so it can't be a 1 because we know there's a 1 in one of those two cells, and that would make for 3 ones, is the way that Garion articulated it, which is also nice. Okay, so there are 2 3s here. So there are 2 3s up here. So I guess what that buys me is that one of these is a 3. I guess I can actually mark it both ways, right? Because there's 2 3s down here, and so then there's 2 more 3s up here, and those 3s see that cell as well as all of these cells. Oops, sorry, I added 3s instead of taking away 3s. Hey, Juggler, how's it going? Setter in the house. Brave, he says. Bravery may not have had as much to do with it as it being the first one I came across when I was scrolling looking for something to do. There has been some progress. So yeah, so we've got basically a now 2x2 odd circle is basically what this now is. The corner marked threes, I guess, yeah, the corner marked threes do tell me that one of these two is a three. That feels unlikely to be useful, but it's not impossible that it's useful. I suppose I can also mark that I know that this is 1, 2, 4, 5. Like one of these. Oh, one of these is 3. I actually know that one of these is 3. So there is a 3, and so if I like digit count inside of here, we can more or less ignore the 2, 4, 5s. There's exactly one 3. And at least one 1. So when we say we know there's an odd number of odds in here, we know that there's one 3. And so there's an even number of other digits and of other total odd digits. And we know there's at least one 1. So we need at least one more odd digit. Can we possibly accommodate 3 more odd digits? If we tried to accommodate 3 more odd digits, we would make all of these odd, right? Yeah, there's an even number of odds. Oh no, we'd make 3 of these 4. Sorry, I think I may have at some point subtracted 1 or added 1 or something. I keep just changing my mind on whether I'm excluding the 1 or including the 1 or excluding the 3 or including the 3, and then that screws it up. But yeah, there are an odd number of odds in this 2x2. So it's either 1 odd or 3 odds. Yeah, so either the 3 is the only other odd and there are no more odds, or the 3 is joined by 2 odd friends. But I don't quite see what to make of that yet. Oh, do I know that there's definitely a 5 in one of these cells? I might know there's definitely a 5 in one of these cells, which would be helpful. Because of how the 4 and the 5 interact. I don't think I do, though. Uh, uh, Yes, this cell can't be 1 by the same logic, Garion points out, because if this was 1, there'd be 2 ones in here, and then there would be no ones over here. Can't do that. Whatever this 2, 3 is, we know it shows up twice in this bucket. Yeah, right. This square already works. So I guess the next logical place would be to think about this circle, but I think we have staunchly refused to think about this circle. So we know one of the digits here is a 4, and we know there's an odd number of odds. So the question is the 4 the only odd, I guess is the question. Sorry. Is the 4 the only non-odd? Is really the question. Okay, here's a silly deduction. There's not a 1 in these cells, because if there was, this would be a 1, 4, and then I would have 1, 4, 2, 3, and that doesn't have an odd sum. So there is a 1 in those cells, and there isn't one here. That's pretty nice, I think. And so that tells me that's not a 1. I'm not sure if it's going to do anything, but it yeah, there's sort of some interesting, like, there's more Sudoku tension between these 4 digits than it sort of feels like there ought to be to me. It's like we get weird stuff like if this is a 2, 3, this isn't a 4 because we run into issues. We know these aren't both even. So we know at least one of these is odd, just because of that square down there. So at least one of these is odd. And remember, we know there's either 1 odd or 3 odds in here. So I guess the only case where there's only 1 odd in this entire thing is where these are a 2-4 pair. Which I'm not sure I am saying anything useful at the moment. I do know one of these 2 cells is a 4, for whatever that is worth. So yeah, this I know isn't a 1, so I might as well fill in that I know that this is a 2, 3, 4, or 5, which is, I know, a lot of pencil marks, but we're going to continue using it as much as we can. It's just a very cute puzzle visually. Uh, uh, It's worth noting that, like, these 4 cells, each of them shows up 3 times in this 3x3. Each digit that appears here. Wait, is that all the things that show up? Oh, sorry. No, that's not true. That's only if there's a repeat in these. Sorry, it's only if there's a repeat in these. So if there's a repeat in here, it shows up 3 times over here. If there's not a repeat, that's actually a somewhat restricted situation. So 3 over there. Sort of sneaking its way up here. This felt very close. This feels very close to doing something. Is there any way I can relate these cells in some set adjacent way? I don't think so. But I could be wrong. Just the fact that they overlap. I'm trying to see, like, is there any chance that the fact that they overlap is useful? Especially given that I know a bunch of stuff about, like, digits that are in various spots within them. If these are a 2-3, then I need this to be a 4 with an even number, right? So if these are a 2-3, then these are a 2-4. Is there any way I can say that makes it interesting? I mean, that would be the 4. That would be the 2. Likewise, I guess I can say if this is a 4, then that's a 1. In which case, then this is a 1. So funnily enough, either both of these are 1 or both of these are 2. Those are sort of the 2 universes that exist. We do know one of these 2 is 5, just plain old Sudoku stuff. I do know these 4 digits are always the same as these 4 digits. I don't know if that's immediately useful. But because they're both the complement of these same 4 digits, we do know that seems like it could almost be useful. You're welcome to share if you would like to share. These digits have to be the same as these digits. But I don't know that that's incredibly exciting. I'm trying to figure out, like, is there some group I can select that makes this interesting. Because, yeah, any sort of diagonally opposite box works. And they don't even have to be square. Like, even in this instance, it's still going to be true that these are the same as these, so they don't even have to be squares. So that seems like it could maybe be helpful. There are, okay, so Jim is saying there are 4 4 5s up here, so there are 4 4 5s down here. Which I agree. I'm trying to decide something like, am I supposed to think about how these wings are the same as these? Like the oranges and the greens are both a complement of the yellows. And so the question is, can I somehow, like, I know there's a 1 here. Can there possibly be a 1 here? I think the answer is yes, because I think this automatically works. But maybe I want to do the same idea, but like with this circle. So like these have the same digits as these. And that set of digits definitely has a repeat, I guess, is one other thing I can say. Because if it did not have a repeat, it would mean that these 4 didn't have a repeat, and the sum of those numbers is not odd. It is even, because it is 10. So there's a repeat in here, and that repeat isn't 4. Can we say anything meaningful about what that repeat is? And can there be 2 repeats? Or am I sure there's not 2 repeats? So there's definitely not a repeated 4 in the yellow digits and the orange digits. There's exactly 1 4. Yeah, I don't know what the repeated digit is, but it feels like it's creating some tension that there is one. If there were 2 repeats, couldn't it be 2 repeats? Oh, 2 repeats would be, right. There's only 4 digits, so there can't be 2 repeats. There's exactly 1 repeat. Yes. Yeah, so the Ron is pointing out basically these highlighted things are also the same and also have exactly 1 repeat, right? And so there's exactly 1 repeat, but also that repeat. Oh, I guess I don't know the parity of the repeat because the parity of the repeat is related to the parity of the digit I left out. So what is it, like you add the repeat and then subtract the digit that you removed? So I think we actually can do this. So if you take the sum of these 4 digits, we know there's a repeat, and we know it's not 4. And so the sum of these 4 digits is 10, which is even, plus the digit that's repeated, minus the digit that's omitted. Which means that the digit that's repeated and the digit that's omitted are opposite parities, uh, which means that one of them is 2, which is, I guess, a complicated way to say that there are either 0 2s or 2 2s in this conflagration, if I did that right. So I think what I've proven at the end of all of this is that this cell is not 2. Because I think if this cell is 2, this set of 4 digits ends up with an even sum. Uh, and I don't think any of this really had to do with any of the equivalence nonsense. But if this is a 2, then just to sort of walk through it, that makes that a 3. Those sum to 5. So then I need these 2 to be opposite parities. One of them is a 4. Sorry, no, I need these 2 to have the same parity, and they can't. Right, sorry. Yeah. This I could have seen more elementarily, but I think it's nicer this way. If this is a 2, I need these, because that's a 3, these need to have the same parity, but they need to be 2 4, and they just can't. So this cell's always odd. So I think the 3 could be the repeated digit. I don't think there's anything wrong with a repeated 3. If there's a repeated 3, then there's no 2, I think is the point, but I don't think that tells me anything right away. Yeah, we're either repeating or omitting the 2, and repeating or omitting either 1 or 3. But not both. Is there any way that removing 2 from this cell did something? If it did, I sure don't see what. Yeah, so if this is a 3, then it's certainly going to read 3 2 4 2. So yeah, the repeated digit isn't that digit, for whatever it's worth. It's not that digit either. I guess I could ask something like, how many 4 5s are there in here total? And I know the answer is either 0 or 1. I think so, Garion, because I know there's only 1 4. If I could repeat or omit the 4, I don't think that's true. But because I need to repeat and omit digits of different parities, and the 4 is neither repeated nor omitted, then I think it is. I think it's all good. Can't be a 2 since it would put exactly 1, 2 in green. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I'm trying to see the clever way to think about that makes it clear, because I bet that's exactly the thing I'm supposed to see in a way, but I bet I'm supposed to see it in a way that is smarter than that. Uh, uh, but I agree with you that if there's a 2 here, then there's two 2s in here, and so there's exactly 1 2 over there. Uh, I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase that in a way that makes it, because I feel like I want to. I think it's the right deduction. I want to figure out how to distill it in a way that I can use it again. Is basically what I am trying to do as I think about this. Uh, uh, but this 2 3. So I think the way to say this is this 2 3 shows up in green exactly once. Whatever this digit is, because it shows up twice in here, it therefore shows up twice in here. Whatever this digit is, it shows up exactly once in uh, it shows up exactly once in green, so it can't be 2. So I think that I agree with Garion. This digit can't be 2. And I think that's probably what we should be trying to do, is chain together these overlapping grids, which I guess we've done a little bit. We didn't really think about it here. But this digit showing up in exactly one of these two cells seems, and 0 of these cells seems very useful. So I think this is indeed a 3, if I understand how the world works, which I don't claim that I do. And so those are a 1 3, so these are a 2 4. These are a 1 4. There is no 3 down here. I'm trying to be super sure I don't use Sudoku on a 2x2 box, because it is not a rule in this puzzle. So that is a 1 or 3. Okay, so now this cell. That was the last area in your test solve. It's funny because now I actually know that these two have opposite parities. I'm now going to be very curious to go back and see how this is supposed to work. Maybe I was supposed to think about this circle first instead. But anyway, these have opposite parities, so therefore these have to have the same parity. And so these are either 2 with 4 or 3 with 1. Now, what do I do with that? That I could not tell you. Well, I guess I can go through and I can mark that these aren't, that's not a 3 at least. Oh, and I had a corner marked 3. Right. Right. The corner marked 3 was from the fact that there were 2 3s in here. Well, there are 2 3s in here, so there isn't a 3 here either. And so I don't know exactly where my corner marked 3 was, but anyway, this is a 3. We now know. And so an odd number of these cells are odd. Sorry, an even number of these cells are odd. Is what we know. One of these is a 1. For whatever that is worth. Oh, sorry. Maybe I should actually think about this in terms of the sum of the rows. Rather than sort of, I kept wanting to batch these 4 5s together, which is, I think, a disaster. I don't think that's what I was supposed to do. That's 10. That's 11. So currently we're at an odd sum. So these need to have an odd sum. So these two need to have an even sum, which means that this is never a 4 5. Because if it was a 4 5, it would be the same 4 5, and they would not have an even sum. If I did that right. That is 21, right? That is really 21, 24. So these need to have an even sum. So that's a 1, 2, and a 4, 5, and they sum to something. And so now that's given me a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column. So that's not a 2. So that's given me a 4, 5 pair. So that is a 2. Okay. That feels like we made some progress. So they're either 1, 5 or 2, 4. I'm trying to figure out, can I use the fact that these two are the same parity in some way to connect it up to this mess? But I don't know that I can. But these two are the same parity for whatever it's worth. Oh, I actually... Never mind. It's not useful. Okay, it's... Is it useful to note that these are either 1, 5 or 2, 4? And that makes a pair with this? I can't imagine that it is. Okay, am I supposed to think about this little square of stuff? The way... Yeah, I guess another way to say this is just, this has an odd sum, so these have an odd sum. And these have the same odd sum. Uh, 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 oh, should I just be asking myself whether the sum of these 4 cells is odd or even? That's what I should be doing. I should be asking myself whether the sum of those cells is odd or even. Because that's going to tell me potentially what this is. Because the point here is this is even, whereas the sum of 1 through 5 is 15. So if I take the sum of 1 through 5 3 times, it's coincidentally 45. So in particular, this has an odd sum, and therefore this has an odd sum because the sum of 2 columns is 30. So I think the sum of these is odd. So I think these two are opposite parity, is, I think, the conclusion that I get out of that. That feels like the kind of thing that might actually be useful someday. Okay. Same parity? Did I do it wrong? Let me do it again. This is even. So this is odd. So these are odd. Ah, right. These are odd. So then taking out those, that means these are even. So these are the same parity. Okay, these are the same parity. I'm going to mark that with, like, I don't know, yellow. And remember that these are the same parity, and therefore these are the same parity, and that parity isn't yellow. So we actually get a little bit of coloring happening. If I can remove my green while I do this. I'm suspecting this is what I was supposed to do at the beginning. Looking over at this. Okay, well, this is a 4-5 because this column needs a second 4-5, and there's only one of them here. So this is the purple 4-5. This is the purple 1-2. Provided I have done this correctly, which I don't 100% swear I have not screwed this up, but provided I have done it correctly, that is going to give me these digits, because that's a 1, 2, 3 triple. So that's going to be a 5 and a 4. 5 and 4. Sorry. Maybe the setter can confirm whether I have gone off the deep end or not, more so than usual. Okay, so because these sum to 6, this can't be a 1 and that can't be a 2 for whatever we want. Okay, so that's now a 1-4 pair. So that's not a 1. So let me actually remove 1 from this L rather than doing it the other way. Yeah, one of these is 1. I'm trying to decide if that is going to tell me something about yellow 4-5s, but I'm not quite sure. Three is repeated in row 4 and 5, column 4 and 5. Ah, yes, it is. I guess we knew that from before, but not long before. One of these is purple 4-5. Yeah, I'm trying to figure. Yeah, these two cells aren't yellow, so they are a 3 and a purple 1-2. I have not actually extended my work over into this box, points out Todd, because of that 2-3 pair I now have. It's given me a 1-4. In fact, the other 1-4 is definitely purple. Right? It's not possible that yellow is a 1-4 pair. So I think I actually know that that's purple. I don't know what it does, but it makes me feel happy, I suppose. That I at least was able to color another cell. So yeah, then it's just a question of which of these two is the low purple. Yeah, and I guess there's no way to do math here because I just know these two sum to 6. So they're either 1, 5 or 2, 4, but I don't think I know much more than that. But I know one of these is purple and one of these is yellow. But that doesn't quite get me down here yet. There is a similar story probably going on with this orb. But harder to use. I do again have that I know that there's a repeated digit in this. So either this digit is equal to this digit, or this digit is equal to this digit. Well, this digit is not equal to that digit. So this digit is equal to that digit. I wonder if that's where I was supposed to start. Because 10, again, just to say this again, 10 is not odd. So I have to repeat a digit, and the only options for doing that, given this is a Latin square, are across the diagonal. But this cell I know is not 1, 4. So these two are the same digit. So this is not a 1. And it's the same 2, 3 as that one. Oh, sorry. I just tried to do Sudoku in a box. Don't let me do Sudoku in a box. No Sudoku in a box. I just said that those two are 1, 4, so these are a 2, 3 pair, but that's of course not true. That is not how this works. That's not how any of this works, Zeta. Trying to figure out how to slice this up that seems maximally useful, because I think there probably is a like surgery on this that is useful, because it is true that either this and this are the same 1, 4. In which case they're both 4, because they can't both be 1, I am noticing. Oh, maybe they can both be 1 if this is just all 2 3s. That's maybe possible. There's a 2 over here. I'm almost positive there's a 2 over here. Because there's 2 2s in these cells, but one of them is here. And there's 2 2s in these cells. And we know one of them is here. And there aren't any there. So this is just a 2, 4 pair. Right? Will someone in chat agree with me and tell me I'm not crazy? I think that's true. And I think that is the way we're meant to sort of juggle this. Because if that's true, then these are a 2, 4 pair. And then that's going to resolve a lot of stuff. Because that 2, 4 pair looks up there and says that's a 3 and that's a 2. And that's a 3. Do I know these? Oh, I guess I do. I wasn't really appreciating it, but yeah, you're right. That would do it, because I know there's 2 3s in there, right? And there are not 2 1s. So that is a 1. So yellow is 2, 4, and pink is 1, 5. 3, 2, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4. I think we can get rid of our coloring now. It should now tumble because I did all the later deductions earlier, right? So this is not a 4. Because if it were 4, that would be a 1, and that wouldn't work. I guess, actually, maybe here's the easier way to do it. This sum is odd, therefore this digit is even. That is less focused on me saying the word repeat 1,000 times. Okay. Progress. So these are a 2, 4 pair. Just by the row. So these have an odd sum. And so therefore these have an even sum. So they're either 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. In particular, this is never a 1. Oh, well, they're not 2 and 4 because that would break this cell. So they are 1 and 3. 2, 4. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 3. 4, 1. 4, 2. Okay, that was a very cool idea. I liked that a lot. It was brain bending for sure. But yes, there we go. From being like I have absolutely no idea what is going on to being like, oh, I've filled in all the digits in the grid in a very few number of seconds. Okay, so it turns out that I did have the other one of these, which is supposedly the easier one, right next to it. So now we're going to see if we learned anything and see if we can beat our time. Our time was 61 minutes. Oh, no, we did not get a 3 diagonal. So the time for the previous one was 61 minutes. Let's see if we can do the same dealio, but with fewer than 51 minutes. So let's 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so I'm going to immediately note that these digits are the same as these, so there's no 4 here. Or alternatively, the way we said it before, I think, was we know that there's a 4 in this and a 4 in this. There is a repeated digit in here. And repeating the 2 won't do it. I need an odd number of odds in this collection. So there's exactly 1, 2 in these cells, which if you think about it, tells me that there's a 2 here and a 2 here. So this digit is not 2, I think is what we learned from before, right? Because there can't be 3 2s in here, and there have to be an odd number of 2s so that there's an odd number of odds. So there's a 1, 2 in here, which means there's a 2 here and a 2 here, which means this isn't 2. Okay, so that number's odd. We can use. Let's see. Also, I can fill in that I know that this is a 2 or a 4. Let's see. There is a lot of interesting stuff going on over here because all of these are from 1, 3, 5. And those digits are the same as those digits, we shall recall. This is a 2, 4, 6. And these digits are the same as these digits. Start from row 1, column 1 for extra difficulty. Yeah, that is a good idea. Again, there needs to be a repeat digit in here, so either these two are equal or these two are equal. Let's see. I know something about this sum from this. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I guess what I know from sort of complementing stuff is that I can do a complementy bit like that. But that's not super helpful. Okay, but I think I did something before. Oh, the thing I did before was to note that I know there's only one 3 in this box. So there's exactly 1 3 over here. That's maybe not as transferable here as I would like it to be. Because that was the key in the previous puzzle, was that I could sort of map this over towards these things. Chase row 11, column 11. Yeah, row 11, column 11 is repeated in here. And so it's repeated in here. Yeah, so if we do that, we know that there's 2 of them. Sorry, there's 2 of them in here. And hence 2 of them in here. And hence 3 of them in here. And hence 3 of them in here. Oh, yeah, I probably could have noted that before, couldn't I? Like the fact that this is a 2x2 grid means that, yes, those two are equal. Okay, I should probably do some math over here and say, okay, 21 times 3 is odd, and this sum is odd, so this sum is even. And so this sum is even, which actually means the sum of all of these is even, which is not quite useful. So yeah, either both of those are purple or both of those are purple. So the point is these two can't be equal, because if these two were equal, oh wait, maybe that's not true. Sorry, I was going to say then I think that's purple, but that's not true. 6 in column 4, right? I never actually filled this in. 6 in column 4 is an excellent point for me to look at, because these are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, so the 6 in this column is just placed. It's just there. So that is pretty cool. I don't know if it's going to do anything right away, but it might. Yes, yes, yes. We get to bring out Zach for the dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wop, 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 wop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wop, 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 wop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wop, 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 wop. Boop, 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 boop. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Does let us do something with saying there's 2 2 4s in there, I suppose. These can't be a 2-4 pair is kind of interesting. Because it's saying that if these are a 1-3 pair, so are these? Is that even possible? I think that's possible. Maybe not with a unique puzzle, but I think it's possible in general. Yeah, so 6, actually, we can just chase the 6. Garion points out, because now that's a 6, because this column needs a 6. And now this column needs a 6, and now it is there. So we get to do a bunch with 6s. Okay, that definitely feels like where we were supposed to start. Okay, so yeah, so there's no 6s over in here. So yeah, and then there's 3 6s in this this 3x3. Those have an even sum, and then there's 6 more digits. So yeah, so the sum of all of these is odd, which means the sum of these 3 cells is odd, is what that sort of boils down to say. So these are either all odd or exactly one of them is odd. Those are the options in order to make that work. That's just translating this circle up to here. Is there something wrong with one of those? Oh, I'm off by 1? Oh, sorry. The sum of these is even. Right. Sorry. I miscounted again. Right. Because the sum of these is even. Sorry. The sum of these is odd. So the sum of these needs to be even to make that work. So these are either all even or it's 2 odds and an even. That's less fun. Yeah, this square is enticing to me, although I don't know what to do with it, but it is enticing nonetheless. Uh, uh, row 7, column 4, and row 8, column 4 are odd by where they go in the column in the 6x6. Ah, right. Yeah. These digits, Garion points out wisely, need to go in this column, and the only place they can go is there. So these are 1, 3, 5. Maybe I should be coloring. I don't know. Let's see. So I know at least one of the... Oh, I already knew at least one of these is odd, because these digits are these 2 digits, therefore. But I already knew one of them was odd, because I knew they couldn't be a 2-4 pair, but they could both be odd. Oh, it's all of these digits. These digits. They all go in the circle, and they're joined by 3 6s. So these digits have an odd sum, because we know all 9 digits in here, at least up to if you humor me and let me highlight this whole morass of digits. So these go with 3 6s to get an odd sum. So these have an odd sum. And therefore, if we look down, these have to have an even sum, right? Yeah, these two are the same parity, but I don't know what it is. But these have an even sum. Which won't happen unless there are either 0 2s or 2 2s in these cells. Anyway, these have an even sum, and these have an even sum, for whatever that means. So that means these have the same parity as these as a sum, I guess. Why can't they all be 1 3? Is that... Oh, they can't all be 1 3 because... Wait, no, why can't they all be 1 3? Then you break the 3 by 3. Yeah, right. These are not 1 3, because we do know that there is there's exactly 1 3, and there are 2 of... Right, it would basically make both of those 2, is what I am coming to. I'm trying to figure out the elegant way to say this, but yeah, if these aren't 1 3, sorry, if these are all 1 3, then these are all 1 3, and that breaks this. And so that means that there are 2 2s in here, because if there were so there's at least 1 2, but if there were 1 2, these would have odd sum. So there have to be 2 2s, which is the maximum, which means there's no 2s in any of these cells. These have the same parity, so that parity is now odd, owing to this. Right. And so now that tells us that, now that we know there's 2 2s in here, that tells us there's 2 2s in here, which tells us... Oops, wait, go back. I screwed something up. Oh, no. I may have done my parity math wrong. Right kind of logic, wrong pencil marks. So I'm off by one thing somewhere. Oh, and my math over here, perhaps? So the statement that there's 2 2s in here, is that the wrong part? So my claim was that you get 3 6s in here plus these digits. So therefore, these digits all have an odd sum. And therefore, these have an even sum. Oh, sorry, that wasn't even it. I didn't even do therefore those have an even sum. These have an odd sum. These do have an even sum, but because these have an odd sum, these all have an odd sum, which means there is an even... Sorry, it means there's an odd number of odds. Oh, so there's an odd number of evens in here, is what I did wrong. There's an odd number of evens in here, which means there's exactly 1 2 in here. So 2 is not the repeated digit in here. So 2 is not the repeated digit here. So yeah, there's a single 2 here. There's a single 2 here. That means this isn't 2. That means pink is 1. Thank you for catching me, Michael. Purple is the repeated digit. Okay. And so now the question is, so now I know there's 2 1s here. There's 2 1s over here. So none of these are 1. Okay, so are these both 1 or are these both 1? Yes, these rows also can't be 1. So that's actually a 3-5 pair now. And so these are not 3 or 5, which means these are a 3-5 pair. So these are either themselves a 3-5 pair or they're a 2-4 pair. There's even more 1 pencil marks to remove. Oh, there are. Yeah, there are. Right. There's 1 pencil marks over here that can be gone. Where's 1 in column 6 of the 5x5? There. Oh. There we go. Yes. So, column 6 of the 5x5 threw me for a minute. But that looks up and says that's not 1 either, is Ron's point. So we actually have sort of 3-5 pairs all around. So these are also 1, 2, 4. And we know that there's no 1s in here, is what we know. Because I mean, you can look at it lots of ways, but we know there's 3 1s in here, for example. So yeah, these aren't 1 either. Can we? I'm happy to color 3s and 5s once I know a little bit more, I think. That's right. This digit is repeated in here. There's exactly 1, 3 and 1, 2 in here. So the repeated digit here. Oh, I already knew the repeated digit here was 4. Yeah, that's about as far as I could get. I couldn't quite link it back like we did in the previous puzzle where everything sort of fell in together. Okay. If these are 1, 3, these would have to be 3, 5. That doesn't work. I don't think these can be 1, 3. I think if these are 1, 3, this doesn't work. Because if these are 1, 3, then these need to be the same parity. And what parity are they going to be? If they're both even, that breaks immediately because it breaks the 2, 4. And if they're 3, 5, that breaks in a more complicated way because it rules 3 out of this box that I think we know definitely has a 3 in it. We do know it definitely has a 3 in it. Because we get 3, 5 pairs. So yeah, I feel like there's a more elegant way to say the words that I just said than that, but I think we know that this can't be 1, 3 unless I have been off by 1 again. And being off by 1 in a parody puzzle is not great. So these are that. These are that. So we therefore know by the fact that there's a 2 and a 3 over here that there's a 2 in here somewhere. And in fact, actually, we know there's exactly 1, 3 in here. So because those are a 3, 4 pair, these are a 2, 4 pair, which means those are a 1, 3 pair, which means none of those are 3. Okay, so these two, actually we know the parity here because these have an even sum, so this needs to be odd, so it's a 3. So that's a 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a 5 and a 3 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. It amazes me that Sven somehow works for this grid. 2, 4, 3. And then yeah, amazing how having a bunch of linked grids means that stuff sort of just naturally falls apart. Okay, so now there's 2 4s in here, so none of these digits are 4. And so in particular, that one is a 2, which means that one's a 4 and a 5, and a 4 and a 2. It's a 2. I want to do more stuff with multiple grids. I love doing stuff with multiple grids, but it can be tricky, and not a lot of people want to solve it, but I really like it, so I want to do it anyway. That's a 5, so now that's a 3 and a 5. That's a 4. Let's see. Yeah, so those are 1, 3, 5. Okay, so... Oh, I know what these digits are. These digits are 2 and 4. Right, so that is a 2 and that is a 4, which makes that a 2, which makes these a 1, 3, these a 1, 3, 5. Okay, so now these have an even sum, and I need these to have an even sum, so they can't have the 1 in them. So that's a 4 and a 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 1 and a 5 and a 3 and a 1. Okay, so let's maybe ask ask Mark to fill these in. Okay. So what's the point here, then? Oh, the point here is there's more grid. I see. The point here is there's grid over here that I should, in fact, look at. Because that will assuredly be helpful. I don't quite see how yet. Oh, there we go. The yellow cells, we have to remember about this relationship as well. So yeah, these needed to be the same parity. That's why they're both yellow. So this is never a 4, at the very least, I am prepared to say. Because if that were a 4, then this would definitely be a different parity. And for the same reason, this is never a 5, because it would be would not be the same parity. So these are either 2, 4 or 3, 5. Okay, how do I know which one? 3, 5 breaks the row. Yes, 3, 5 breaks the row. Very nice. Yeah, if these are 3, 5, then we get a 1, 3, 5 quadruple, which is a problem. So no 1, 3, 5 quadruples for us. So that is a 4 and a 2, which then makes that a 1 and a 3 and a 1, a 4 and a 2. It is amazing that this puzzle resolves with no givens, by the way. That is a 5, a 3, a 1, a 5, a 4, a 5, a 3. I think we're going to break our previous time. We tried to beat 61 minutes was our goal. Woohoo! We did it! We halved our time by both having a lot of practice and also doing the easier puzzle second. But yeah, that is a very beautiful... Oh, there's a thingy in the solution. Want to know a secret? If there had been no clues in any of the grids other than the big gray circle in 6x6, you could still place 4 digits. That is crazy. Uh, 4 digits? Uh, yeah. Are the 3 6s still placed, even if this is the only clue? Uh, so you're saying if this is the only clue, I can place 4 digits? Uh, okay, so uh, so it's got to be about chasing through from here up to here, right? Or maybe vice versa. I started to use the logic for it during my solve and then abandoned it. I was thinking about big blocks. Oh, I see. So the point is push down by knowing I know the parity of that. So I know the parity of that. So I know the parity of that. So I know the parity of that. And so therefore you can get those 2 digits at the very least. And then somehow 2 more. I'm not sure I immediately see where the 2 more are coming from, but I definitely see how I get those 2 at least. Uh, uh, these 2, I'm confident I could get. Because I can juggle parities through the grid to get those 2. What are the other 2? Do I somehow know whether that digit has to go that way and that way, or that way and that way? That is the oh, the other 2 digits of the 2x2. I'm an idiot. Okay, yes. If I can get these 2, I can presumably get those 2. Very good. Okay, yes. I now believe that I could get 4 digits into this grid from the beginning. Very nice. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up there for the day before I fail to solve another 2x2 Sudoku. Failing to solve one 2x2 Sudoku with 2 givens might be my limit for one stream. But we'll pick up next time. So I'll be streaming again on Sunday. So I will see you then. Sorry, we're right at that transition point where classes are about to start but haven't started yet. So my sense of time has gone all out the window. With guest. Have we announced who the special guest is, or should we leave it as a surprise who the special guest is? If you guess 5 people, you will probably guess who the special guest is. But we will look forward to that. We're trying to have more guests on again. It was a habit, and then there was a whole thing, and then but anyway, we're gonna try and get back to having some semi-regular guests because I know it's always popular when we do. But did you get Scorp to come for the guest solve? Can't wait. Yeah, that will be excellent. Already. uh uh I'll look into it. How about that? I know he's a big fan of the stream, or they're a big fan of the stream. So if they want to get in touch about guesting on the stream, they know where to find us. But anyway, have a wonderful evening. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you do support the stream, thank you so much. At the very least, please give us a thumbs up. I think I have earned a thumbs up for my ability to, with chat's help, solve a 2x2 Sudoku grid. But we'll see about next time. Perhaps I'll tackle a 3x3. But Thank you, everyone. If you do want to support the stream, you can always go on YouTube. You can't go on your phone because Apple is mean, but you can go on YouTube on your computer and click the $sign, and you can do, for example, become a member, which is kind of like being, I mean, it's basically exactly like being subscribed on Twitch, but for confusing reasons. YouTube uses the name subscription, which is what Twitch calls it, except they use it for a different thing. But anyway, if you'd like to do that, we'd hugely appreciate it. And it does get you the Zach emotes in chat. And the Zach emotes, let's be honest, are super cute. So thank you, everyone. Maybe I'll have to get some Finks emotes or something for next time we do Rat Run puzzles. I still want a 5 dance emote. We'll see. We'll find more emotes. If anyone, by the way, would like to draw emotes, many people have posted cute pictures of Zach in chat, which is how basically where all of our emotes come from. So appreciate those of you who do that if you are artistically talented. Anyway, though, thanks for watching, and big thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plunktime. And if you are a windmill or a turbine and you have not recently gone in the bucket, there's a bunch of stuff in the bucket that you can vote for. So appreciate those of you who do that. I always like starting with the puzzle that's most voted on by the supporters. Anyway, enough from me. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Did it work? It didn't work. Let's try again.